Ladies and gentlemen, it's about to go down. In District Court, Defendant Lobby number 5. Well, actually, it's going to be going down in Court number 5. Adam, Matthew, James, Blair. Spoilers, Ace is the bad guy. Dang it! Is that why it's called Ace Attorney? Is Turnabout Reclaimed part of this collection? I don't know. I'm sure that's something that any of y'all's navigators can dig up. And hello, Solaris. Let's see how our precious babs are doing. I did a little research. I looked into those special psych locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did? That's great. Really appreciate it. A red psych lock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out. Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. But a black psych lock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that person isn't even consciously aware of. I do remember that in the previous game, Kristoff had a whole set of black psych locks. I thought that just meant that he was a tough nut to crack. But now you're telling me that black psych locks are secrets, like unconscious secrets. Interesting. So even they don't know it's there. Huh. Then what does Kristoff not know about himself? Let me just put this camera over that way. Yeah. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the psych locks. According to my research, a black psych lock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Oh, is that the non-standard bad ending? Or it's probably something else. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all my focus and strength. And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls. Alright, I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. Gotta love how she's a little bit more mature, a little bit more cognizant of the world around her, and more able to read a room than a child would, but she's still Pearl Fey. And I just love that about well-written, aged-up child characters. Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Huh. Kristoff wasn't even aware of how much of a piece of work he was, which is impressive given what he was doing. Breaking Kristoff's black locks also explains why his meltdown was so intense. That makes sense. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. If I had a nickel, For every game that ended in a court of law that took place in a ruins, I'd have 2. Day 1. Court is now in session. I'm surprised Mr. Judge is here. Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper, official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of these hostages snap. Please try not to upset Ms. Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. And of course, Edgeworth has to come on in with his smug. His smugness is just right out for everyone to show. Good to have you back, Miles. This is no trial, nothing more than a ridiculous farce. What did you just say? Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to His Honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today, precisely, the darkness will be dispelled, and glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. Oh, I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, Wright, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the very first degree. Alright, who's our first witness? Ooh, hello. Anime!
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
Damn. Images that go hard, am I right? I'm surprised at how much gravitas the judge actually has with his voice acting. 4 eyes. Although, did Edgeworth just take his glasses off? We're back to classic edging. There's immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. There he is! There's 2 eyes, Edgeworth. It's my duty to declare Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena's innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, alright. Going back to Cosmos. He believes that it's not Simon Blackwell. You don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. Gee, I wonder if the antagonist in this trial is the one who did it all along. A true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice. I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose this spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although, I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Of course. You're right, I was just joking. Just having a little fun. So, he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR-1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago, on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Matisse Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother. Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were 2 deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. 1. Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And 2. This photo, which captured the moment of the crime. Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed. Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know. Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. Prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? And just who is this witness anyway? Oh. Alright. Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Ms. Zora Blackwell. She says she's too busy, what with confining and threatening the hostages and all. Ha ha ha! Awesome! That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Leaving her brother innocent, Ms. Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation, and though her current actions are highly lawful, I think we can at least hear her testimony, her theory. I have here Ms. Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted, and I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go! You get what I mean by not being able to handle TF2 lobbies? It's just the fact, it really is, yeah, there are a lot of people who get really salty in those lobbies. It's just that I always feel like I'm getting stomped or carried. Or a Blackwell's theory, let's go. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time. They say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. Sorry, I had to throw a little bit of theatrics on there. I imagine that's how she would have said it. And that's Ms. Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there were other ruling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. Oh yeah, on the left there. At the last trial, they thought Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. They had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab, and that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. Alright. I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. 7-year-old video? Blackwell was the only one to pass through at the time of the crime. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of the incident, where was the defendant, Athena Sykes, found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony, and there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is, Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi? That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. Oh yeah, and Athena was very frosty when talking about how her mother treated her as a tool for her experimentation. So if there is that animosity, that would serve as a motive. Not saying that's what happened, I'm saying that would make a good motive. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read motions from speech and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of these experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Oh, yeah, okay, I didn't like that at all. Nothing could have prepared me. Order in the court! Ugh, what a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could, Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. Alright, this is gonna be intense. Or Blackwell's theory. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. Alright, let's see. Where should I start pressing? Using it to hide someone inside. Then why the rolling case? That is a good question. The entire theory hinges on why Simon had that rolling case. Was it to steal the rock? Was it to hide Athena? If Athena was in there, is there a different reason other than to hide a murderer? This rolling case, I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it, but was absent when the crime scene photos were taken. Yes, that's the one. And Ms. Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. She has? And what is that conclusion? You're the one with her notes. Oh, right. Of course. Reading them now. So, why the rolling case? She was trying to hide someone inside, that's why. And how do you propose he hid a person inside one of those cases? Have you forgotten what we just saw? Such a thing only the other day? At your own daughter's magic show, she fit a grown person into a small box. Oh yeah! Way to ruin the memory of a good day. Magic show? I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to go too. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time, I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Prosecutor Blackwell was using the case to hide someone. And the only person small enough to fit inside the case was Athena Sykes. But that's nothing more than conjecture. It's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was an egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in that case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes. Give us guys some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? Alright, let's see what happens if I attempt to bluff. Unless I'm supposed to press more. I know exactly where Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat? Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory, if it's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All I have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder? Alright, let's take a look at the, Alright, so... Let's see, the jacket, so we have the jacket, we have a piece of paper, we have that sword. What is this thing on the desk? What is that thing on the desk? Is that in the after photo? Let's take a look. Yeah, I don't see the wrapped up thing, so maybe it's that.
Take that!
Please notice that there is a robot part on top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which, what are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Alright. Do any of you have your best, what was it, has everyone here ever played a demo disc that came packaged in gaming magazines? I mean, these companies would snip out a small portion of their game, recreate it to frame it as a demo, and then ship it off to become part of a demo disc. And you could get hours of content from those things. Fun story. That was my first experience playing The Legend of Legaia. It came in one of those, what was it, like MGM magazine or EGM? Something like that. And Legaia was one of those. And it contained a demofied version of the opening sequence of the game. Except, in the full game, you only play as one character. In the demo, 3 characters were present there, and you got to play as a full party. And there was a little bit of other content, just to show you a little bit more about the game, that, like, mechanics that came later on, that are not present in the OG game's actual opening sequence. It was incredible. Of course, that demo disc is long gone. I have no idea where it went. And to date, I have not seen a single video of a playthrough of that demo of Legend of Legaia. I so badly wish I could play that again. Just because it starts out in the main character's hometown, and 2 characters who have no business being there are just kind of hanging out. It was incredible. Demo discs were so cool. Even those PC games that sometimes came in cereal boxes. You're talking about Chex Quest, the greatest of its kind. You did get the FF12 demo disc with Dragon Quest VIII. You only got DQ8 for that disc, but you ended up liking DQ8 more than Final Fantasy XII. Well, you know, that does end up happening. You learn a lot about yourself with those demos. So yeah, look out for demos when you can. It's free content and you might learn something about yourself. Anyways, thank you for that one-liner that put me on this tangent. Your Honor, about this robot part, doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be a practical for just the moonrock and a robot arm. Was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe. I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case. What?
Objection!
We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, It's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is. Oh, is it really? Remember what we heard about Athena bandaging up robots?
Objection!
I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not.
But, Mr. Wright, I thought you were more the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned.
Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. It's gonna be that group shot of everybody. Let me see. Yep, it's that group shot. Boom! The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake! It reminds me of my own grandchild.
The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. And if you'll notice, the robot arm here, it has Ponko's colors. It's kind of this dark reddish orange, and Ponko is the same dark reddish orange.
Yeah, get talking, people. Order in the court! Order, I say! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this?
I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl it up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there.
The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that.
They've got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit into the case by... dismantling her? I mean, probably. After all, we have evidence that Ponko is at least somewhat disassembled at the time. Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassembles anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the table where the robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead?
You mean the sword?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, now we know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. There's also blood at the end of the arm bandages. Yeah, I noticed that. It looks like it could have been severed from something that bleeds, but at the same time, it's a robot. Unless robot oil is the same color as blood. Actually, that could be a good observation. If the robot's bled oil the same color, that katana could have been the blood on the katana could have been oil from when he disassembled the robot. We're seeing possibilities here. In addition, since the rest of Ponko is not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation.
You can't mean...
That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Oh, okay. So the katana was bloodied, and then it was used to cut the arm off. Alright. Wishful thinking, but you won't say yay or nay. Yeah, so it was wishful thinking. It was a route, and now that route has been cut off and replaced by new possibilities. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. You know what? I'm starting to notice a theme here. So that's the 7-year-old video. Okay. And this is the photo of the crime. Any other photos here? No. I'm noticing that Blackwell's face is away from the camera, giving us the possibility that's not Simon. Who it could possibly be, I'm not sure. But it's a possibility. Miss Sykes was never at the scene of the time of the murder. My head, my body, where am I? It could be anyone. It could be you. It could be me. It could even be order in the court! It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder, and I'll admit I repaired it myself afterwards. The photo shows Blackwell taking the robot apart. There's a blood stain at the end of the robot's arm. Alright. Yes! I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully, I've gone at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent. Uh-oh. Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside the Rodin case, but the robot. Alright, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays these things straight.
Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene?
No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed. But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case.
Objection.
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Ms. Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Oh dear. We're gonna get turnabout trounced. We weren't here to say it earlier, but you love that Orobot has her weird hair. I pointed that out the first thing when I saw the Orobot. I said that, like, when we still didn't know who it was, I just said, okay, so the bot has those horns that look like her hair, and it's got a purple color scheme, so it has to be Aura. That's what I said. You can go back to the previous stream. Edgeworth. He's been one step ahead of me this whole time.
In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene?
Simple. This footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something or someone. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. Are you kidding, Edgeworth? The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had highly distinctive shape.
The bloodstain with a distinctive shape? Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
You know that's the Edgeworth special.
You're wrong because of this evidence that I decided to introduce right now.
At least it's not an updated autopsy report.
And this updated autopsy report. Objection.
Withhold evidence until it's relevant to him. Exactly. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her. Yep. Those big, what was it, Sylvia headphones? What was the name of the robot again? Sonia? Sylvia? Something like that. Analysis showed the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as those headphones. Okay. But how does... well... We're still in the mode of proving that Athena was there. Whether or not she actually did it is not up to question right now. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp.
A most gruesome stamp indeed.
Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene, and that concludes the prosecution's argument.
Gah!
I was waiting for when Edgeworth would give us a bow.
Order! If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
Objection!
Well, we've only shown that the robot was there as well. We've also shown...
Objection!
Oh, I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time?
No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case.
But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. Oh boy, we're going from birds to bots.
Robot witness?
We have birds, considering that Tenmataro was basically a Tengu, and now we have a bot. Yep, and that's the Phoenix Wright special.
Order! Order in the court! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this?
Mr. Wright has called all manners of witnesses to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him.
Very well. I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko.
You think the special case in this game has a whale tape? Yes! I was wondering, was the whale this game, or was it the next game? And it sounds like it's this game. Although, is that case in here? That question was brought up earlier. Is the DLC case in this HD collection? Is the DLC case in the Apollo Justice trilogy? 2 major DLC cases, Turnabout Reclaimed and Turnabout Time Traveler. Okay, they're in there. So, we're actually not in the final stretch. We actually have a 6th case. Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko. Yes, I realize that. But when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I'm not. I'm not Witness. I'm Fuwawa. Say it with me, Ponko. What an utterly inflexible little robot. You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible.
You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious.
Alright, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Matisse Sykes. It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab. Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was in the robotics lab. Ponko says very emphatically. It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. This is great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. Yeah, and immediately she's gonna say something that works against us.
A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable.
The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild.
So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today?
What I saw. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There's no data after that point. Oh dear. Athena hugged her mother, and then Matisse fell over. Like I said, it's not gonna work for us until we bring up some evidence.
Well, it sounds like the defendant was, without question, at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder.
I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. Nani? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited.
So, what are you suggesting?
The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child.
They don't, but...
Yes, what this witness's statements are telling us is... that the defendant stabbed the victim with a murder weapon during this moment. What? Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised. Spoke very loudly? Then we can interpret this to mean they argued.
I see. Murder after a heated argument. And then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless.
Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless.
Until now, think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. I will have my cross-examination, like I will have my order. I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright.
I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be.
Harry.
3 hours of Captain K. Roll the Lost World?
Damn!
Tell me that you did not play Donkey Kong Country in the old days without telling me. You went to the robotics lab at around 2 p.m. for your regular recharge. Just as you were about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Matisse. Alright. Can you tell me more? Which Edgeworth meant to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Is that right? Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. Couldn't tell, even though they were speaking so loudly. I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me. If we listened to every voice, it would be little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. He could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that? And then Mommy Matisse fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. Alright, where did she fall down? I don't want to delve too deeply here, but... could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment? Mommy Matisse was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. Her heart?
Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about the documents we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system.
Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sounds of their heartbeats. Wait a minute. That means... if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment? Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then. All the unlucky timing. If you had just heard anything after that, could have possibly proven that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. I am very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I am very sorry. Robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. After Mommy Matisse's heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room. Round table by the workbench side of the room, you say? I don't see any round window unless that's the one over there. The workbench, huh? Oh, wow, no, that's... Yeah, that is definitely not the same window as the one in the crime scene photo. Ponko must be talking about that table to the right of where the giant robot is now. Is there some critical in Ponko's statement just now? Oh, you betcha! The window is completely different. Ha! Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony.
Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl.
That is so freaking adorable that the judge sees any young person coded interactable thing and treats it like a child. The judge must be a great grandfather, and probably a great father too. Mommy Matisse fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room. Near the round window. I don't know about you. That window don't look so round. It's got rounded edges, but it looks more rectangular. Or square at the very least. Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful? Hooray! I'm so happy! Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? Victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table.
But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations.
Exactly, Your Honor. You just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim moved! An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder.
Whew. I'm very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here.
Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Ms. Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more. Right. It's been 8 years, you're still just as green as ever.
Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit.
Does he have any alternative colors in Marvel vs. Capcom 3? Let me see. Marvel vs. Capcom 3, Phoenix, Wright, alternate colors. Let's see, can I see anything in the images? Ha! As it turns out, Phoenix does have a Godot-inspired alternative color in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And it's not exactly a green suit, but it does have the undershirt of it is very green. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't have moved the body herself, she could have moved it for her. Moved for her? But Ms. Sykes and Dr. Sykes are the only ones there. I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone had been there. Waggle waggle. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present.
Then, who do you suggest move the body?
Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Ms. Panko, allow me to ask you a question. My name is Panko. Say it with me. Panko. Or is it Po? Panko. I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table? Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Oh, jeez! Every single time! We're just like, no, this doesn't have to do with our defendant, and then the evidence just says, nope. Athena asked you to.
And what did you move, little Ponko?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is.
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is. Alright, and there is no label on anything in here. Trying to look for any of those labels on anything else in the lab. But, let me see here. That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. It said. So it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved. My name is Panko! But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not?
We do?
Well, I do at the very least. Ms. Panko, on the defendant's command, moved the body onto the operating table.
Go! Shoot!
My precious contradiction! Gone. Panko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Is there any way you could tell? I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell. Give it up, Wright. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over the chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
But Panko's equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means... A face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. To summarize, Ms. Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then, using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Panko. Yep. That's some good Panko.
Order! But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place?
You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature?
I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right?
That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. Are you telling me that she tried to reassemble her mother? In this hypothetical? Mom just put her operating on a table and fixed her in a flash. So impressed by what Mom did. Even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting
this young sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. A total naive mistake.
No way. I refuse to believe it. Ms. Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. Every time Edgeworth comes in as a guest prosecutor, he always goes ham. Does that mean we expect to see him in the next game? Or in the DLC? Or both? It would be something a kid that doesn't understand robots don't get bandaged like, yeah. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanished without a trace.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can.
With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table... No! Don't say another word, just stop.
Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime.
That can't be true! Okay, so she didn't try to fix her mother. She tried to dismantle her mother, and... morbid thought indeed.
Order! Order in the court, I say!
Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing?
Horrible? Huh. Like I said, you're just as green as ever.
I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Ms. Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. Well, I was ahead of the game. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. Explain. After murdering her mother, Ms. Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that is why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But you mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant. Yeah, but what if Ponko came in after the mother was stabbed and they were shouting at each other because they were worried about each other, or they were shocked, or she was trying, like Athena saw that her mother was wounded, and she ran up to her mother, going, "Mommy, what happened to you?" And then she hugged her because her mother was hurt. And then she fell down. And Ponko wasn't. It's like, Ponko came in right as the hug happened, so Ponko could have missed the moment when the killing blow was inflicted. That's if that's how the case is going to go. That's going to be the option that I look out for. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant. You want to bring up a fact I know, but it is relevant to the case later. All right. Well, we'll burn that bridge when we cross it. And the body was moved by the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true.
Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim?
Evidence? Right. Let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming a chief prosecutor, I have learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now, accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. There's a possible bad end moment coming up, if you recall. Oh, so I get the chance to say never give up, never surrender?
What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something, but I can't think of a single thing. Heyo? Oh, hello. Wait. Why didn't you give me the Simon Blackquill voiced objection? There's the possible bad end moment coming up.
Prosecutor Blackquill? Huh. This is quite the farce you're conducting here. I could die from laughter.
Prosecutor Blackquill, what are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise.
Go on. We're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackquill trying to pull here? He's trying to swing the, the trial against him to acquit Athena. In one bad end, both Athena and Blackquill do get... Oh boy.
7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your baldness, I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackquill. Please go ahead. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then, I committed the act. Ugh, how cathartic it was.
Why was it cathartic? What was your motive? Athena is found guilty. Oh, for Clay Terran, gotcha.
But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling. In other words,
Objection.
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be, she fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room. So, the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony. Huh. You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection.
Now to explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something.
Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. And she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena.
This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection.
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying, even now, to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection.
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Go.
Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over.
Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx.
Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you gonna cover for her? Miss Blackwell?
Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor?
Blackwell, you selfish...
Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict.
Is this really happening? Is it really going to end like it did 7 years ago? I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out there and go save him. No, I can't tell her. How can I lie to Athena? I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial. I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Do it anyway. It'll be hilarious. Oh, hello. Athena, are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. If it really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might just be the thing to get us through this.
Objection.
Sykes, Dono! No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember that horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. And yet, you found a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
But, Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what the truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. Athena's being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago.
Huh. Fine. But your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am not the man who can be cut down easily.
Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. Oh, it's a therapy session, alright. Alright. I'm sorry to take a little break right here, but I've been holding in something for the past, I don't know, half hour. So we're going to I'm going to take a little bit of a break and probably clear my head or some such, and when we get back into it, we'll get into a therapy session, the very long overdue therapy session for Simon Blackwell. So everybody, take 5, rest, hydrate. I will be right back. We have returned. You can tell this time it was I actually did need to do a couple of things and not just lie down. So, this is Simon's testimony for why he killed his mentor. The one question I've always had about Simon's conviction: what was his motive? Did they ever establish a motive? I do not recall it. So he went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. He was angry. Then again, do you think that Blackwell always has that angry emote just up all the time? When you got to the robotics lab, you found Athena there instead. Man, look at little baby Simon. He looks conventionally handsome like that. You would not be swayed from your purpose, so you waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then you committed the act. How cathartic it was. So why are you angry and happy at the same time? Those are some conflicting emotions. His emotions are very guarded, and his defenses are way up. He steeled his will as if he'll never let his secrets be known. Oh, I don't know about that. We got a couple of strong wills on our side, too. Prosecutor Blackwell isn't the killer, and we're gonna prove it. But what was he trying to do that day? We approach it from that angle. I bet we can find a motion that just doesn't add up. So he was angry going in, then he was angry and happy. You not be swayed from your purpose, so you waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And he's giving us the impression that he was very happy, how cathartic it was. So the question is, why was he so happy to see, well, it is interesting how the angry and the happy bleed into each other. Were you happy to see Athena? This feeling of happiness, even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Oh, thank you for that whoops caps. I actually could have possibly taken that the wrong way. They didn't need to because he confessed to the crime. I gotcha. Yeah, I guess the motive is he wanted to do it. Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Oh wow, an entire 60% of the noise was taken away by that one weak non-committal contradiction, or not a contradiction but elaboration. Just now, you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes, but the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead? I had no intention of harming Athena, so I just wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. Ugh. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We just have to keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. Back to Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. Oh my god, that's precious. When you found Athena in the robotics lab, I was relieved. But I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. Oh, look at what changed! You're sad now. You're a mopey boy. Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. Welcome back, Flair. Good on you for being so speedy. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. Gah, he can't be talking about that, can he? Yep, exactly. There's the motive for Athena to be a suspect. So in her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments, My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment, I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep. So all he had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright? How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now, take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. Ayo! That's never happened before. It went up. Never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claim sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings and what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. Huh. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his baldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause, and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. Which should I tackle first? His testimony, his emotions. Let's take another look at the emotions again. Let's look for inconsistent emotions. Alright, you can easily switch over. Alright, so let's see what the updated testimony is. You're crying from next door. Of course you were worried. Sad and worried. You hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. Before you could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. So you were worried. And yeah, because she's crying, you're no longer happy. But is that really the case? You heard crying from next door. Of course you were worried. Let me see here. That, Yeah. It has to be this. Because he's not happy to see her, he's not sad about her situation. If he came in, hearing the crying, why is he surprised to see it's her crying? Okay, is that it? I think that's it. Why is he surprised instead of sad? Exactly. How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Tch! Alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was... Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So, Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it. That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with that katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. Am I doing something wrong, or is this the natural course of things? Am I spiraling towards the bad ending right now? We know that's a contradiction. That's how it goes. Alright. It's 100% now. What's going on here? No wonder I took out so much at the beginning. It's gonna go up and down, just like the Metroid count in Samus Returns. Whenever he finds an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling a coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are sharp and strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time? Do I switch to his testimony? But we know that's a contradiction. Do we? Well, let's see how his emotions updated. Let's see what the new story is. Ponko attacked me, retaliated by cutting it into pieces. Oh! Didn't we establish that Ponko was cut after the blade was bloodied, though? So... yeah, I should back up and then go back to, yeah, okay. I'll present the photo of the bloodied arm. We can try his testimony. Let's try his testimony. Okay, just then... Ponko attacked me, tolerated by cutting into pieces.
Objection!
Hell yeah. Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo.
That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it?
How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture's actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstain at the end of Ponko's arm, where it was severed with the katana?
I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright.
No. Most likely, the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana.
The katana already had blood on it? So then, it must have been the victim's blood.
That's right. But if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko, and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture.
What? But that couldn't be!
Exactly. Pardon me? In order for the blood to transfer from the sword to Ponko's arm, The victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Gah! Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell, now. Nice to see the damage animation from the front instead of from the prosecutor's bench. You have no idea what you're doing! His voice? There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something. Oh, my goodness, he gave me the death glare right there. He casted the Pokemon move Glare. Phoenix Wright! You'll pay for this! Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave! Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. Here it comes. Oh boy. That's a lot of emotion right there. Following the sound of crying, you open the lab door then. You saw it. That terrible scene. Alright. I mean, okay. The robotics lab, Ponko, Athena. Alright. What happened with Ponko? Why is Ponko all blank-faced? Like she's some kind of creepypasta? No? Okay. Never mind. Okay, so it's probe. Wait, was she already dead? Nope, it's Athena. Oh, I know where this is going. I know where this is going. Blackwell is convinced that Athena did it. He actually doesn't know the truest truth. The truth he believes in is that Athena did it. I should have been following that. That should have been where I was going. Like, right now, Blackwell is convinced that Athena did it, and he's protecting her, so I need to follow that line of thinking in order to start to keep on narrowing things down until I hit that contradiction. I got it now. Yeah. She's gonna be all bloodied and probably holding the weapon. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? You should know better! Oh my goodness, is that Blackwell sweating? Though it's pathetic, I admit, I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, Dono? You know what's amusing? Oh, wait. If he's... I was about to say, it would be amusing if Blackwell is averting his gaze away from Phoenix, but from the way the camera's moving, he's looking directly at him. I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door.
Curse you, Phoenix Wright!
Oh, you said Phoenix Wright, not Wright, Dodo. Alright, we're gonna have the most damning piece of testimony right here, right now.
It was a tragedy, one I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled with a far-off look in her eyes as she sweetly said,
Oh gosh. That's a creepypasta right there. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted.
That was rough. Athena had a Ren moment. Let me guess. Now I'm given the option to accept that or say nuh-uh. No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells us the truth, and this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart? I Those are the black Cyclops, aren't they? Reasonable crash out. So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Athena! As I said, right, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Sykes could be a good people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart.
She loved me?
Your mother hated to see you suffer because she could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Alright, what's the truth of them? Yes, my head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena, it's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger than it is now. Oh, much stronger then than it is now. And those headphones are what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
That's what I figured. That they were some kind of dampening effect. That can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much?
Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew. Ugh. That what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it.
So, you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know.
Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all the facts of this case. No, we don't. Once again, we don't know what happened at the moment of the murder. All we know is that someone came in, dealt the killing blow to Matisse, and, you don't need to be the killer in order to get blood splattered. And then Athena, being the out-of-touch child she was, put her mother on the bench and said, "I'll fix her." So, it's reasonable, but it's not a direct link to say that this testimony is what is a confession of the murder. We do not have all the facts of this case, Your Honor. No, not yet. It can't end like this. Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? I'm not. But this, I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. Always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright. Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer for any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. Come on, where's the objection button? But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then, if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena, Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared when the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say, these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. Were they possibly planted in there? Or did someone just grab her hand and drive it in? I'm trying to work my way through this. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
You were wrong about the bad end? Ah, I see. You were wrong about the bad end. Unfortunately... Objection. I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright.
But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless. I'm gonna keep on hitting that objection button. Don't you worry. Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
Oh, I said that you never change. Could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? Huh. I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. Okay, so the psych locks are still there. You looked into those special psych locks. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and memories are sealed off, even from herself. For some reason. We just have to figure out what that reason was. Ponko's also not completely reliable as a witness for reasons you know. Yep. Are you talking about the fact that Ponko is a machine? That Ponko came in late? Or the fact that Ponko is a machine that can have their memories rewritten? And who is constantly rewriting their machines, huh? Who's to say that a person who rewrites machines can't create a machine to rewire someone's brain? Nope and nope. Dang. There's still a chance. Somewhere deep in Athena's heart, there might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence.
I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession?
Remember, you're still a little hazy, but there's no question you remember it. You remember the weight of the weapon in your hands, the feeling of it stabbing in deep, and you remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Oh, you done goofed, Athena. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell.
If there's a problem with her confession, please prove it to this court now.
You done goofed, Athena.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright?
What about the safety save? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers. That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of this sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right.
Oh my!
Objection!
Did I just safety save in a bad spot or something? The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mill over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think. What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? The defendant used a different weapon. The blood was wiped off the weapon. Means the person Athena stabbed wasn't her mom. Yep. That's what I'm thinking. Athena stabbed somebody, just not her mom. Miss Sykes said the blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. This time, I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent.
A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly?
Right. Of course you would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? How does he do that? They can't back down. Not here, not now. That's right, I did. Because it's so obvious, it doesn't require any thought. Ha ha ha. What did you say? Okay, maybe that was an exaggeration. But there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute. There is something. There's a probability that that was in the lab. That particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that might have been in the crime scene. Oh, the utility knife.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Tavern case.
Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Tarrant's life, but there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one, are issued to Space Center employees, and a robotics lab, especially, would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
Tisk tisk. But, besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Of course I knew that, once you told me just now. And there's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents.
You're right. I don't see any kind of bladed tool.
Do I have to spell it out for you? Fine. Wasn't there something on about the design on these handles? Careful. There was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. No, he's simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright.
Notice that the handles of these tools have a sort of design on them.
Ah, I see they do. What significance does that have?
It is clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man.
Show the court then, if you would. What pattern design would we see if we were to arrange the tools?
Oh. I'm supposed to show them the pattern or design? So, am I supposed to present the book? Because I know it's supposed to make this design, but I don't know what specific piece of evidence it's supposed to use. I'm gonna present the book.
Take that!
And what design is this supposed to represent?
The GAXA logo, Your Honor. It's on all the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, GAXA is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Either the book or the pamphlet, I say. The stars and rocket motif. Don't say it. Every single time I see GAXA, I want to say it, but I can't. My brain is not rotted. I need to hold on to whatever is left of my non-rotted brain.
I think I see it now, but...
Yes, with just the tools shown in the photo. The red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the GAXA logo.
So it would. Then that means...
Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours, and while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one.
Go!
Yes, that's some good Edgeworth damage animation.
Order! Order in the court!
Miss Sykes confessed having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Ms. Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Ms. Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Ms. Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous! Or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? Gotta love how Edgeworth, he probably has the longest animations, and that fits. That absolutely fits this fop. I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away.
Does that clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence?
That does clear up. Edgeworth is doing what you always do to him, Phoenix. Exactly. He gives us the evidence, and we go, but what if? Hey, I'm right. Now he's doing the same thing. If in fact the murder weapon is the utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court. You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands? No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there, you cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. Well, every single time that happens, you keep turning it around, buddy. It's almost as if, now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. Now the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. The assumption was that there was only 2 people. Yeah, I can imagine Edgeworth saying, "This is the assumption that we're going by. This is the assumption. I'm drawing a target sign on this assumption, right?" Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Really showing us his tenor voice there. Hey, they even translated this animation from the original trilogy. How about that? I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if... Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Is giving up really the only option? No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving into doubt? I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. Ha! No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right? I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her. To the very end. The defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case. Thoroughly. Ooh, we're doing this now. I can see the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with a utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who else could have taken the utility lab from the utility knife from the lab? So let's see. We've got Matisse, Athena, or someone else. A third person was at the scene. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene. According to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only 2 there. So then, how did the third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know. The person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering their own face. Wait a minute. Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they cover their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence, but she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. Oh! We're circling around to this, are we? As Simon? Or, oh no. Wait. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as Matisse? So there was no third person when Ponko was there. Yeah. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim, according to her katana, her jacket. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. Is that where this comes from? Yes! They used her jacket, and that tear was caused by Athena. Okay. I don't know where we're going with this, but things are falling into place. That still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? Wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does that mean that the real Sykes was already dead by that time? That's the case. Then who did Athena stab? The real culprit! That's it! The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit! Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to the hostage negotiations.
You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second, because I realized something so shocking, I had to take a break to digest it. But now, I know for a fact that Ms. Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yeah, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother.
What are you saying, Mr. Wright?
The answer is simple. The person Ms. Sykes stabbed, was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes.
What?
Lots of people posing as other people in this game. In fact, there's a lot of calling back in this trial, almost as if we were leading up to it.
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright?
According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence?
Huh. You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts.
Klonko's strange malfunction. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Terran? That's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay because he's wearing Clay's jacket. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Klonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to the eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then All a person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her. Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? I waggled my finger impotently at that. Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? Ha! If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. That doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because, by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating.
What? So does that mean...
Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed, the third person who was pointing as Dr. Sykes, is her mother's real killer.
But that's... I'm... Impossible!
He wasn't saying I'm, he was saying impossible.
Impossible!
Mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask?
Order! Order in the court! Miss Sykes, did you say something?
A mask? Yes. I remember, Athena? What is it?
Oh!
Are we gonna get rid of one of those? I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? My head.
Miss Sykes, are you alright? Was that an answer? Or a shout of anguish?
Both. The Black Cyclops. They're breaking.
Get out of here.
Ooh! All in one fell swoop. A man wearing a mask, huh? It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. They're gone. The Black Cyclops are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... It's all right. I'm here. You're safe, Athena. She was on the floor, by the workbench, with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there.
A man?
Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and... he dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. The back of his hand, you say? The back of his hand? Then he kicked me, and I passed out. The murder weapon used on Terran. Athena also used one of these to stab a phantom's hand during the incident. A phantom, huh? That's some oddly specific framing, isn't it? When Kristoff's locks broke, his mental state went with them, but Athena's broke as part of an impromptu therapy. This is probably the most fine she's going to be in some time. I see. It's not something you know who it's tied to just yet, but you will be screaming, "Just show me your hands," soon enough. I have a couple of theories, and one of them might break my heart. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So, I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit.
Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Ms. Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was one hanging on the wall of the lab.
Ah, that mask hanging there on the wall.
It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. A phantom?
It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. And that means all suspicion against Miss Sykes is...
You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackwell? This is not good. A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all a dream in the little princess's groggy little head? He's right. You don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence. Oh, look at this! She's got it. She getting her groove back? Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at around 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. So I had to recharge up. Athena came in and hugged Mommy Matisse. And then Mommy Matisse fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Matisse was really the killer in disguise, right, then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything here in the evidence? Am I... Let's see. That can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? Alright. Who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? Okay, no timestamp here. No timestamp here. Let me see. Victim's body. What do I have that proves that this person who came into the lab before 2 p.m. Blacko is only the one that passed through at the time of the crime. That doesn't mean anything. The person who came into the lab for 2 p.m. Is this it? There's a person setting up the probe? The video shows Blackwell was the only one to go to the lab. There's certainly no evidence that Aura didn't want sapphires and rings with Matisse. Hey, wasn't that my first impression of Aura when the first time she talked about Matisse? Oh my god, they were roommates. You can go back into the previous stream and, well, one of the previous streams and let me know that. Okay, so evidence that shows that a person came to the lab before 2 p.m. And it was, so... The video showing the corridor to the crime scene. Black Quill was the only one to pass through at the time of the crime. At the time of the crime, but not before the crime. Most of this evidence shows that someone came in beforehand, though. Okay, so that's the time of the crime. Ah, and there's the jacket down there. Don't think that answers anything. You gotta let me work these things out. The corridor of the crime scene. Blackwell was the only one to pass through at the time of the crime. Wait. Are we trying to imply that this mystery man is Black Quill? It is the video? Oh, wait. Or am I trying to say that, well... If it's the video. There's Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is... Oh, really? That was the logic? How was I supposed to figure that out? Hold on a second. Video showing the corridor to the crime scene. Blackwell was the only one to pass through at the time of the crime. It's the video of the hallway outside the crime scene. Yeah, but... How was I supposed to know that there was more to the evidence than that? Literally the only piece of evidence that could possibly show the time before. I wasn't aware that it could have done that. There's no indication that this 7-year-old video had anything other than the incriminating evidence against Blackwell. Did they ever mention that? Because I had no idea that video was anything other than Blackwell after the incident. I don't see anything in the investigation report. Looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. Well, Phoenix is smarter than me. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. There! Please stop it right there. Hey, and look at his hand.
It's just like you said. There's a man leaving the scene of the crime.
Ms. Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him. I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. Yep. It's not specifically just Blackwell leaving the crime scene. They could have at least mentioned that it was, like, video showing the corridor to the crime scene the entire day of the murder. Do you get what I'm saying? If they mentioned that it was the footage the entire day, that would have signposted me. But as it stands right now, I only got indication that this was of Blackwell's incrimination. Who gave me that videotape again? The jacket on display? That was Dr. Sykes? Can you see it? There's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere.
So then, everything Miss Sykes said.
Exactly. It proves that Ms. Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then, he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time. It's not Blackwell's evidence. It's 7-year-old security camera footage. Look, I'm not saying that they misled me. I'm saying that there wasn't enough for me to attach to. It was not faulty. It was just by omission that I didn't pick it up. I'm not saying they did anything wrong. I'm just saying where my thought process didn't sync up with it. It wasn't that I was overlooking something I didn't know. There was just a piece missing. Therefore, I was actually not able to figure it out on my own, and I did need that little push to look at things from another angle. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
Alright, Edgeworth. It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible. What? Explain. The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video. And that's right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond a doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? Huh. What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. If the couple was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? The victim brought it back, the defendant brought it back. The defendant brought it back? Right, so the killer obviously didn't do it. The victim or the defendant? Nope. The victim? You're telling me that the lady who was no, the killer brought it back to cover their tracks? Yeah, they brought it back to cover their tracks. We're like, Why would the killer do this? Well, there's actually a good reason why the killer would do this. Well, hi there, Keenan. Keenan. Happy holidays to you, too. Glad you could stop on in. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape, but in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. It's that they missed the post completely. Guilty as charged. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection.
Except that it would have been impossible. The only person who came back to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. Oh? And who reported the body, huh? And they claim the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket?
A puzzling question indeed.
When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? Oh, at the time of the murder. No, when the body was found. I mean, the people who found the body can report all they want. Yeah, they can say whatever they want, but if one of them is the killer trying to cover their tracks, you know, they could say that penguins brought the jacket back. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body.
I would never have thought of that.
Question is, who are the people that found the body?
What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the HAT-1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? The shock-resistant bag. Apollo and Aura were talking about this bag, but they didn't say who had the bag. Correct. I suppose if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I will see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? You should all check the facial recognition database for that robot. This person felt the need to hide his face with that theater mask. It might mean that his facial data was once registered.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean...
I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial, anyway.
Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding?
Is it true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won! I prove that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent! Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial. It's always nice when Phoenix is able to say it. It's not over. I can't believe it. You're telling me that we can't end the trial while the killer is still unidentified? Athena still has a murder charge? This is true. Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial?
That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say, I see no need to further prolong.
Nope, you either, Your Honor. Now, silence. The little princess who was truly beloved by Matisse, and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. Damn. What do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackwell.
How unlike you, Aura. Matisse was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that...
Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I felt about her. Chat, you're onto something. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted.
Then what did you want from her?
Did you really just go there, Your Honor?
Aura, there's something I wanted to say, if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Matisse's murderer is.
You do?
Right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past.
That's right. The Phantom. The person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars.
7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat-1 rocket.
The spy?
But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him, his background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him.
Oh, how exciting! What was the lead?
A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who would analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology.
And that scientist was Dr. Sykes.
Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat-1, Dr. Sykes' results and the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them, but where could they have been?
Oh, were they kept in that pod?
Who's to say?
Wow, Bay's never let that out of his sight all these years.
Oh, never mind, he smuggled them into prison.
He had them on his person. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison?
Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. They've been here the whole time.
Oh, the goat! I was here the whole time, baby! Did you miss me, baby?
He used the prison pocket.
What? What's with the soundtrack? Taka to the rescue, baby!
I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt.
Oh boy. I had my suspicions, but I think I know exactly where this is going. And oh my goodness, my heart is ready to get rent asunder by this reveal. If I'm wrong, I'm going to be completely silly, but I think I think I've got a handle on what we're about to witness. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. I better hold onto this real tight. Phantom Psych Profile. The subject's emotions rarely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Psychological Profile Classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness, nor anger, and naturally, no fear. He's the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? Huh. This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all in motion. The Phantom indeed. A fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world.
Well then, it seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end.
Whatever. Do what you want. You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. It's over, you guys! It's finally over!
Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand?
I'm already here, Your Honor.
As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Ms. Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome.
If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict.
Here it comes!
You?
Any guesses before I click once more? Okay. Wasn't expecting this. Obviously Apollo isn't the killer, but, what's he doing here? I thought the killer was gonna come up. Unless Apollo is the killer and he's some kind of sleeper agent. Apollo? What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Because Athena is still on the hook for the previous trial. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? To be continued. How much more trial do we have to go? Should I, like... If, not much? I see. So we can see this entire case through to the end? Tonight? I mean, it won't be the entire rest of the game because we have the, Alright. December 20th. District Court. Courtroom number 4. 2 or 3 testimonies. Okay. Where'd Athena go?
Mr. Justice? Please explain yourself.
It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. I'm still not clear who killed Clay Terran. But Apollo, why would you... Ms. Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time.
But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago.
Ms. Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do. Apollo? Sure, you know I'm all for the truth. Now let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial. Athena has returned to being the defendant. Oh yeah, well, wasn't she already the defendant, though? And she was still there? Unless we were trying... Oh, wait. Yeah, we were trying Blackwell's official case. Anyway.
Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'm getting too old for this. She came over to her side to therapy Blackwell. Now she has to go back to the stand. Alright. I'll have the police's investigation report brought immediately. Oh, you too, Edgeworth. Really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve.
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Terran. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, the culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1. When the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum, the killer attacked Mr. Terran with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Terran's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day.
Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor. I better rearrange my evidence. Relevance swapped into the court record.
Swapped in?
Do we have new evidence? Oh, so now we've got a couple pieces of evidence that were from the other trial.
Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please.
Yep, I can see that. I suspected Ms. Sykes of the murder of Clay Terran. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Ms. Sykes on the charge of murder. Damn, Apollo. Friendly fire will not be tolerated.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Justice, you realize you are charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you?
Yes, Your Honor, because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to. But Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too? Because it's the only way to flesh out the real killer. Sorry, my man. My lady, my dude. Yeah. Because obviously, if the Phantom knows they're on his trail, he's just gonna skedaddle. But if they take this opportunity to solve both of these cases, then the Phantom is gonna be cooked, and Athena is gonna get away with 0 charges. Did I really do this when they said 0? I don't know. V for victory. In his heart, he believes she's innocent, but his head says otherwise. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. One of those gestures is offensive in the UK, is it? Okay, that's news to me. I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this? Apollo Justice's accusation, suspecting Ms. Sykes of the murder of Clay Terran. Running suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. It has Athena's prints on it and the victim's blood.
Hold it!
It's pretty much the equivalent. Oh. It is a very rude gesture. Okay, I'll have to remember that one. So, it's palm inward, pointer and middle finger up. Oh, so if my fingers are like this, but it's like this, that is the equivalent. I am treading on some thin ice here. To inverse is the normal peace sign. Interesting. So doing it on the side, like so, is not the gesture? Yeah, so doing it palm out, that is the good one. But reversing it like so, interesting. In fact, that was a yeah, that I was actually informed of that. Palm out good, palm inwards bad. Okay. Today we learned. Thank you, AQ, for that. Who's to say that you can't learn things while playing video games? I mean, the video game didn't teach me it, but I learned it while I was playing a video game, so it counts. That's the letter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about it yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either, but Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. But Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Terran. 7 years ago, Ms. Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. I wouldn't be strange if she has some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. Damn! Apollo really hitting us with the antagonistic smugness. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. I still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launch pad switch to escape. What is that supposed to mean? Isn't it possible that someone else used the same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there's a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launch pad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Terran and Mr. Starbuck. But there's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Terran's killer, or rather Ms. Sykes, coming out of the Space Museum. Camera in boarding lounge 2? First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Athena said she'd snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident, and then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day. Until the next day, didn't even know about the explosions. When he woke up, nobody was around, so he just went out into boarding lounge 2. That must have been when the camera captured her. That's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute. In that case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well. That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Ms. Sykes is the only one who appears. But why?
Order in the court!
That can't be. But if it is, then it's incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the way to the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the poles had been switched? The fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright. That is why you wish to indict Sykes on the charge of murder. Is that really the reason? Leaving your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own co-worker? You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Clay was my friend. And that's why he has have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own. That only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but... I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. Then I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments? His points of contention are the fingerprints in the lighter and the escape route, huh? Apollo knows how I operate, so I can't use my usual tactics on him. Looks like the only thing I can do here is press him for more information. Alright. Then this is the only statement I haven't pressed. What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Terran, my bracelet reacted. She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. And then, every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Poor Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or to think. Couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew it wouldn't be any good in court, so I decided to wear an eye patch so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. That's what it was. Well, we got some Apollo. So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago. But that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Taryn. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was this killer too. I guess he has a point. His eye was never hurt. You're so glad you didn't blurt that out. I'm glad too. That's quite a fun way to learn organically. That, if anything, that eye patch wasn't a symbol of his vengeance. It was a symbol of his faith in his co-worker, or at least his commitment to find the truth. My bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her.
Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice, and your facts appear to be indisputable.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? It looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant. Unless you think there was an alternative escape route? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright?
Is that what you think, Mr. Wright?
Is that what you think, Phoenix? Was there an alternative escape route? Was there an alternative escape route? Is this something I should know? Hold on a second. Well, there's that ladder on the 4th floor, isn't it? Yes, of course there must have been. Just don't ask me what. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way! He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can clear up this doubt inside me. Wait, so is that what this is all about? It's an alternative version of Apollo's theme. Chief switched the silos back after the bombing. Eh? Oh, wait. You switched the silos back after the bombing. Well, we'll figure it as we go. I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. So that you can really trust me. It seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly about. I believe you're right. we prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant. Do you really? While we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end, when both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely, and when the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. That is exactly what trials are about, wouldn't you agree? Yes, I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me, so I decided I needed to face it head on. Huh. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. That's so like Apollo. Always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good, because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But if you use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright. Where do you think the culprit escaped to? So, not here. So it's either here or here. There can't be any other options. So the culprit came out the Space Museum corridor. So, did they wait with Athena in the Space Museum?
Take that!
They really only could have escaped the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbuck's prince to get through the door.
Objection!
It appears you're all trying to establish is Ms. Sykes' guilt. The fingerprint on the north only opens the commander. There's something I'm overlooking. Par for the course, right? If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. The logical conclusion of the argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. I knew it. That's the only way it could be, huh? If the culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum, I guess it's true. The only exit... Did I just lose? The only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. But the only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything. So that leaves us with no other conclusion to draw but that Athena Sykes was the culprit. What could the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? But, hold on a second. What if... Where do those mysterious leaves we saw? What if they didn't go the entire way? They could have escaped into the corridor, but they didn't go all the way, and while the corridors were shifting, they just got out of the corridor through the empty space. So yeah, while the corridors were moving, you could if the killer, if they were able to safely get down from there, they could just jump out from the empty space left. Where do those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than into Boarding Lounge 2. Oh? Launchpad 1? Oh. So, they went into the Space Museum, and then they jumped out of the Space Museum while it was moving? Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time, which is exactly when an alternative escape route opened for our culprit. Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides Boarding Lounge 2? Anywhere on the outside?
Take that!
You found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Do you mean... Yep. While the Space Museum was in motion, just beyond the corridor's safety door was an alternative place that the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was the area outside the Space Center. You're freaking insane!
Objection!
Do you know how impossible that would be? That corridor is level with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap outside the wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. And what item was it exactly, Mr. Wright? Alright, there's what the culprit used to leap outside the wall of the main building. What do they use? Oh, an emergency ladder? No. No, that's only one place. Right hand, a knife in their right. Now looking at chat, I'm gonna figure this out. What could they have used to leap outside of the wall of the main building? A lack of fear? Is that what it is?
Take that!
Nope. Hey, it could have worked. It could have worked. I'm not looking at chat. I still want to figure this out. Let me see. The Hope capsule of the crime scene was launched into space and only returned Earth a few days ago. Full-size replica of the Hat 1 and important items related to exploration are on display. The museum is open to the public. It isn't the spacesuit, is it? What points toward an ability to fall from a long height? He doesn't experience feelings like people normally do. You can see where my logic was going, right? The victim was discovered at the third floor of the building, in the main building, okay. Let's see, in security camera. Nope. Launchpad 1 dock. Don't really see how anything helps me out there. The perp held a lighter with their Earth emblem in their left hand and a knife in the right. Athena's, So, is it an emergency ladder? But, let's see. And this obviously doesn't have anything to do with anything. Is it an emergency ladder? Let's see. Alright. It was... So, the one thing I was missing is that emergency ladders can be moved. Shut up. I'm not even looking at chat. Shut up. You can be as angry at me as you want because you already know the answer. I don't know the answer. I don't know the limitations of all the evidence, alright? Well, you're gonna run out of judgment eventually. If you're gonna give me judgment every single time I act dumb, you're gonna run yourself ragged. So I'm just gonna suck it all out of you. There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab. And it was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Ms. Blackwell herself used the ladder to escape down to the ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. Okay. That's what was going on. So the killer used the ladder that Aura lowered. Yep, didn't make that connection. I mean, to be completely fair, the ladder is the only thing that can be used to survive a 3-story ascent. Yeah, you're right. My long-term memory with what evidence can do is indeed my weakness. That's what you're here for. That's when the culprit literally sprang into action. And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined?
Order! Order in the court!
Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged. Alright, where are the full statements here? I'm gonna have to see all of the rage that's been going on. If I disconnected from the building, no. The obvious thing is he ain't out of the window. That's how it just passed. I'm reading all of the rage that's been going on in the chat. My long-term memory with regards to evidence is always what holds me back. That's why you judge. So what? You're judging me because I can do something about that? I mean, if it is inherent to me that I have poor long-term memory when it comes to the evidence, then why is shaming me about it the play? Unless you believe that I can overcome that bad long-term memory. Is that what you're getting at? Which means someone other than Ms. Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes. It puts Swiss cheese to shame. Alright, then. Name one. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet. 20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, a culprit would be leaping to a precarious place, an unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping, or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? Wee whoop. They could have waited for the switch to be completed and escaped to boarding lounge 2. Can I just say one thing about the evidence? It was lowered to the ground from the fourth one and was used to evacuate the Space Center personnel. But the description doesn't say that it was never put back up. The evidence doesn't say that it was left lowered. I'm kidding. Don't react to that. I'm rage baiting you.
Objection!
Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
Objection!
Because taking notes is a thing that we did in ye old gaming days. Get over the barrier. I still don't know what getting over the barrier even means, do I? This is one of those games people use a pen and paper to jot down notes for. You've seen? I mean, what do you just take notes on everything that occurred? Like, there was no way I could have known that the ladder being lowered would have been relevant later on. I don't know what counts as important details. In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down, and then blended in with the other people after the museum was opened. That's a good point. But you claim that, despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap. And all in the brief moment the corridor and ladder passed by each other. That's also a good point. They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. If their timing was off, or if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth. This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. Why do you always have to point out every flaw? start understanding once I start playing Trails from Zero. I see. Midshire was right. That does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. But everyone feels fear on some level, right? Wait a minute. Aha! I've got it this time. I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternative escape route. Oh, can you now? This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternative escape route. So, I presented the right evidence, but at the wrong time. Classic me.
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psyche profile, or psyche profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear?
Right? You can't be serious.
Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap 50 feet up in the air. He could choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted? That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright.
But was there such a person there at the scene?
Yes, the Phantom. That mysterious shadowy figure who keeps popping up.
Oh dear! The Phantom. Again?
I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terran as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terran.
What?
What?
What'd I say? Mr. Wright, please continue.
There were just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the works of the same Phantom. So then this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Who could this unidentified international spy be?
Right?
This escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start. As was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave the advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. Alright, or lower the emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told her to. It was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder. He couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used? That's right.
Who could it be?
Here it comes. Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. Ms. Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told to by the detective leading the... My reaction precisely. You've gotta be kidding me! Did you figure it out right? Do you know who the Phantom is? Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? Our mystery spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than... My heart shattered. After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It's quite a madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. So you lower the emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. His objective was to secure his own escape route. We lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion.
Take that!
The face of deception.
What are you saying? You mean the Phantom is Detective Bobby Fulbright?
Exactly. You're all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom. I came to peace with that a long while ago. I think you could trace my my deductive reasoning as it went through.
Mr. Wright, how could this be?
That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder.
Verily, this is all part of his plan to create an escape route.
After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Terran and escaped into the Space Museum. Museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start, and just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leapt onto it.
I don't believe it. That battle-pated detective did all that.
Was it really him? I mean, All this time I thought... We didn't catch your name.
I'm Bobby Fulbright, the rogue detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase, it's "In justice we trust."
Then, his concern for Simon was all just one big act?
I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart.
That monster killed Clay? He had me completely fooled. Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that blood-stained lighter to court too.
Yep.
To me, that was a smoking gun. The scumbag even made me turn on Athena. Damn it. How the hell did I fall for that?
For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well.
Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright.
Yes, I agree we need to hear from him right away. The court will now take a short recess, and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand.
Matisse's killer had the switch to electrocute Simon the whole time, which is sickening.
Yep.
That's what I was thinking about this whole time. The one person, it was practically taunting him. Not practically, actually taunting him. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight. You got it, boss. How you doing, buddy? Apollo? Well, this is awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor? Huh? What is it? Could you punch me, please? I knew it. I knew he was going to say that. What? Why should I do that? Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. Hey, because you doubted her, now we're gonna get Bobby Fulbright up on the stand. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust... Don't be such a dope! I was really touched by what you did. Huh? Now what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena, I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt, so that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena. And thanks for waking me up to reality again. I guess I know now who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. Looks like you have some promising young people working under you. Edgeworth! Wait a minute. Wouldn't it be funny? It's like, wait a minute. Who is this bespectacled man? Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. And they're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Aura Blackwell has surrendered, and the hostages have been set free. Trucy and all the others? Oh, thank goodness. Ms. Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do. so I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. Oh, hello, Miss Blackwell. I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you. Ms. Aura, she'd better not be here to complain about something. Ms. Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Ha ha ha! Yeah! It's true the courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me. No, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again? No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Matisse's killer down. Leave it to us. We'll get him. So, I guess that means she's starting to trust us, at least. Aura. Can you believe that she's older than him by a magnitude? That he's the younger sibling? 28 to 37? Simon! I'm glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. It's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful. I never imagined you would go that far, though you always were extreme. I don't recall ever requesting your help. As closed as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You probably give me the death penalty. You know me all too well. I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though, because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the river Styx just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. Simon. Hey, we get some sincerity. I wondered if she was just gonna burst out laughing, but Hunk of Junk wasn't there. I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Aura. Alright, that's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable, but it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom. I can't believe he killed Clay. Right, and murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor. Yes? I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? Hey, yo! Blackwell's gonna do the, reclaim his honor. The stress of this whole thing caused his hair to whiten places. Apparently he cried a lot in prison and didn't wipe the tears away, which is why he had the falcon-shaped bags under his eyes. Is that real? Being in prison isn't good for your skin and hair health. You can attest to that. True. Like, if we're thinking about it, I mean, if he aged at twice the rate, then yeah, I can see that being the case. I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along. After all, it's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. Sir, the formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity and uncover the truth by your own hand. I'm much obliged. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you? Wow, for once he got them taken off, not by not breaking them. It just feels all the more real now. How long have I waited? Maybe it's the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher, the light brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. Aw, man. Now we won't be able to hear Blackwell's chains move whenever he does the animations in court. I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is. I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we've still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena. I promise. Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the Vence's bench with me. I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assess me now, can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed. You're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright. It's his trilogy. I think. You're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. Fulbright no longer has the means to electrocute Blackwell either. There goes one of his better weapons. Apollo, Athena, I can say it with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. And now, we're going to prove it to the world. Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it. See? She's demonstrating the proper way to flash the sign. Palm out. They do go ham on Apollo in Spirit of Justice? You mean they use him a lot? Is that what you're saying?
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
He's fine. Apollo is no longer edgy. He has returned to being a dork. Welcome back, Apollo. All roads lead to Apollo. And boy, does it go places. I see. Is there more family that we don't know about? Does he have, like, 3 more sisters? Is he actually a Fae? Is Apollo related to everybody? Or does he actually have a brother? Gasp. More male characters. Can you imagine? It's a better track record than the Donkey Kong Country trilogy. Ha! You're absolutely right. Donkey Kong himself is only playable in 1 game. Yeah. Apollo is Trucy's half-brother. How many half-siblings does Apollo have? Or maybe he has full siblings. I don't know. I'm ripping on Apollo too much for having a secret family. Welcome back, Apollo. It's almost time for the trial to restart, though it looks like you have things well in hand. His only sibling is Trucy, can confirm. He does have a secret bestie, exactly. There are just hidden relationships that, that Apollo has. He has a secret sister, he has a secret mother, he has a secret best friend. Does he have a secret wife and kid now? Yep. I should head back to the prosecutor's office. But why? I want to look into a few things. Namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago, the facial data registered by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks. I expect to be repaid for the victory, right? Now, if you'll excuse me. He does have a secret bestie. Like, another secret bestie aside from Clay. Okay, you two all set to go? You bet I am. Let's do this. He does. I was joking about him having secret other relationships. This is it. The final battle. Alright. How much longer do we have now? Is this gonna be another 5-hour stream? For our fallen soldiers, and the people we have yet to protect, or however it goes, the murder of Apollo's friend, the courtroom bombing incident, and the case that ushered in the Dark Age of the Lost 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for it all to justice today. You could even say it's our dual destinies. It's the last 2 testimonies. Alright. District Courtroom number 4.
Let us now reconvene.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has never been more ready.
Let's get this turkey, baby! You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. Now that you mention it, although back then I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. You still got that ego of his, though. Question. Blackquill, are you gonna allow Apollo to use his ring, his bracelet, and his eyes now?
Prosecutor Blackquill, with the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. Bailiff, please bring in the witness immediately.
Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. And of course, he's going to be full on in character until we corner him.
Bobby Fulbright here. I've been here the whole time. I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am. Detective Fulbright, do you know why you've been called to give testimony? Yep, because there's only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice. In justice we trust.
Objection!
You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies.
What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey...
He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. You must be feeling awfully confident.
Fulbright! If you wish to dispel our suspicions, then let's get to your testimony. Alright, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that.
Bring it on, you sassy Billy.
The embodiment of justice. I'm the very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit, the lighter with her prints on it. So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false, and that the defendant is the real culprit? That's right. Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto a ladder.
Oh my god. He's been flashing that hand in front of us this entire time. The one smoking gun that proves his guilt. He's been flaunting it this whole time. God, this game is so well written. And animated.
We don't have proof. You are correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either. I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. You can define it anyway. Justice just is.
Objection!
Don't make me bring out a dictionary on you.
Please don't throw the book at me.
Tell me the fandom didn't just make me set me up for a stupid pun for him. Let's not try to lose focus, alright?
But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice.
Silence.
Oh my. Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright! If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it. Prosecutor Blackwell?
Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner after all.
Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. The suspicions against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. As is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Ha ha! Now, ask away, and don't hold back. Well, that doesn't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Alright.
The embodiment of justice.
The very embodiment of justice itself. Won't have you make me into a villain with your own far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. Then please tell us more about the circumstances surrounding the ladder.
Well, I'd much rather expound on the topic of justice, but oh, all right.
Let's see. What should I ask about? About the lab? About Aura Blackquill? Well, about the lab. Please tell us anything you remember about the lab.
The lab, huh? Well, it was so messy there was hardly anywhere to step. I guess they were in the middle of building a giant robot.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it looked when we visited this afternoon, too.
Okay, I know the drill. You want me to add this statement to my testimony, don't you?
What? No,
Way ahead of you. I'll just add it in. Lab was very messy, so it was actually kind of a poor choice for the evacuation.
Was it really that messy? Let's see. Oh, let's see. So this doesn't have any pictures of the lab. No. I don't have any pictures of the lab. The Space Center diagram. The utility knife, the Space Center pamphlet, the Hope capsule. That one exhibit, Phantom Psych's profile. The third floor building, the security camera photo, yep. Launchpad 1 lock. Or a statement. It was lowered to the ground. Maybe I should ask about Aura instead. You aren't fooling anyone. You chose the letter in that very room on purpose to create your escape route.
That's not true. It's just that when it comes to ladders, I'm not very particular. I had a good feeling about that ladder.
This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Huh? Did I just mess up somewhere along the way? Please tell us what you remember about Ms. Blackwell at the time.
She appeared to be really angry that the bombing commotion was disrupting her work. She even threw a robot at me.
Yikes. Hope it wasn't poor Klonko.
This is very important information, isn't it? I'll just switch this statement in.
Why don't you let me decide that? Ms. Blackwell was extremely crabby about her work interrupted. Alright, let's see what he has to say about the lighter. You mean the lighter that was found in the Space Museum, is that right?
The one and only. After Ms. Sykes murdered Mr. Terran, she escaped into the Space Museum. That's when she probably dropped the lighter. Then, after the launch pads were switched, she ran out of the Space Museum, where her image was caught by the security camera.
Without evidence, I should probably save this fight for another time. Alright, so she was extremely crabby about her work being interrupted. I don't think that's anything I can refute. About her work being interrupted. Was she working at that time? What was her statement? The perp held the lighter with the Earth emblem in their left hand and the knife in the right. Okay, so it doesn't say anything about whether she was working at the time. Let's see, the video ends immediately after the scene, the stabbing. Wonder why I still have this. It was used to evacuate the, It was lowered from the ground, from the window of the 4th floor robotics lab. It was used to evacuate Space Center personnel. Alright. What was the previous statement? Beginning to wonder, Is Miss Blackwell ever not crabby?
Well, they already took her down to the station, so it's a bit late to ask her now.
Maybe it's best we don't ask her about that. Ever. Alright, let's refresh our memory about the lab. Huh. The lab was very messy. This was actually kind of a poor choice for the evacuation. So, is this what I press on? There's a giant robot on one side and Alvor's workshop on the other. Don't get distracted by him being an idiot. That's not a statement you can counter. Look for a different one. That's what I figured.
Hold it!
The embodiment of justice? Those are just empty words. I really should just press everything as they come up.
But they say if you keep saying something, it can eventually become the truth. Isn't that how people make their dreams come true too? By wishing over and over?
Alright, alright. Let's just move on.
Hold it!
My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory.
Yes, well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, it's not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it in the victim's blood.
Yes, that's true, but wait. Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial. If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright, right, Dono? Especially about that lighter. He's right. What exactly should I ask about? The number of prints or the position of prints? What? What do either of those have anything to do with anything? Oh, wait. Does this have to do with, Oh, the position of the prints! Because if he... Okay. Because if he doesn't know... Aura said that the lighter with their left hand, and if he says that the perp held it with their, So the lighter was held with the left hand. Interesting. Let's start with the position or the number. No, the position. Please tell the court about the position of the prints on the lighter.
They're around the same spot on either side, as they would be if she were holding it up.
Suppose if it was used to light the room, it would be held that way. Add that statement to your testimony. Boy, we're just adding all these statements. Alright, what's the other one? What does he say about the other one? As if someone were holding it. Okay, that doesn't tell us much. The person Miss Blackwell saw was the owner of the fingerprints.
Just straightens your argument.
Ugh. This line of questioning is going to get me anywhere except conviction land. Try asking him something else. Number prints. What do you got to say here? So, how many prints were found exactly?
3. The thumb, the index finger, the middle finger of a right hand.
A right hand, you say? Oopsie poopsies.
Your Honor, this is an important statement. Could we please have it swapped into my testimony? You've got it. He beat me to it. Be it investigating or testifying, speed is key!
3 prints were on the lighter, the thumb, index, and the middle finger of a right hand. You don't say. Wait, what? No! Wrong evidence, wrong evidence, wrong evidence. Nope, I misclicked. It was a misinput. Calm down, it was a misinput. I was thinking of the lighter, but I was supposed to be... You say the prints were from a right hand. Is that correct? That's right. Very clear prints. That test doesn't add up. Huh? What doesn't add up? According to Miss Blackwell, who saw the culprit herself, this person held the lighter in their left hand. Oh. So here's the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the lighter from a right hand instead of a left?
No. You're right. It doesn't make sense, does it?
Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness's claims don't even hold water.
Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this. I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-hand prints, but then why are they inconsistent with Ms. Blackwell's statement? I've got it. What have you got, Detective? The mirror! The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror. Go on. Ms. Blackwell was looking through the window of boarding lounge 1, wasn't she?
I believe so. If you mean that little window in the back and to the right of the room.
That's right! And across the room on the opposite wall, there's a large mirror.
I do remember seeing it. Oh, so are you saying...
Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror. Ah, I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they? Ha ha ha! Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice.
But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection.
Right, Dodo. You'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it.
Huh?
That's right. Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand.
And why not?
Miss Blackwell said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? That emblem is only on one side of the lighter.
You're right. There's no emblem on the other side.
Exactly. As blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit had held the lighter in the left hand, they would have covered the emblem.
Oh.
What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. So, if the culprit held it with their left hand with the emblem out and visible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it.
Interesting line of questioning. Wonder where we're going from here.
But if they had held it in their right hand, they could have easily opened it and lit it. This all means that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand.
No! Come back, my beautiful contradiction.
It appears you planted a flower that bears no fruit. Ha ha! See how it withers before my flower of justice.
He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point.
In justice we trust. Now do you see? I'm not this phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad. So very sad, but I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
Hold it!
Did anyone ever told... Oh, wait, he knows about the Phantom because of Blackwell. Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that?
Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an Earth emblem on both sides of the lighter?
Ayo? I knew it. You're lying, Detective.
Pardon me?
You mean... Yes, my bracelet reacted to his statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. And I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out. Justice Dono, are you to use that cheat of yours again? It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackwell. Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on, then.
Let him cook, baby!
We have Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up. Wait, I thought we're in America. Here goes, then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time?
What in the world are you up to? Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on the side that you see when held in the right hand.
I'm looking right at that. I'm looking at that hand. I am looking at that hand. It's not the right hand. They're not gonna do a repeat of Kristoff. Listen again. The Earth emblem. Alright, let's see where else we can find any, Let's see, how about your eyes? You can see. Alright. Any funky patterns happening here? So much ground to cover. Alright, maybe it's a, is only on the right, is only on the side. Alright, maybe that's the statement that's contradictory. Okay, so the Earth emblem. Oh. What you doing there? Yep, okay. Found it. He's flicking a an imaginary lighter. Gotcha. The Earth emblem. Wonder what you're lying about, though. Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase, the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster. I see.
Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about.
You know the hand is tied to the case. None of them have movement outside of their tell and speaking animation. I see. The hand is tied to the case. Wait, really? I thought it was his right hand. Hold on a second. camera video. Huh. It was his right hand that was stabbed, right? It was never specified. Oh, is the security security footage reversed? Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it.
But why? You're not making any sense! You can't just...
Be still and do as you're told, fool Bright! If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, should you?
What? Not you too!
You want to say it was left hand in the footage because he was facing the camera? Take off the glove, indeed.
Not you too, Prosecutor Blackwell! I'm not sure what this is all about, but if Prosecutor Blackwell insists, it must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter.
Good. Now maybe we'll learn something new. I hope so. Now, let's check every inch of this thing. Alright. Hold on a second. Go like... Wait. Okay, like this. Ugh. Back is covered with blood. Say, did you notice anything funny about this blood stain? You're right. Suddenly breaks off unnaturally. Supposedly, the lighter was held with the right hand so that the emblem was visible. If so, the print should be around the emblem and on the lid where you open it. You're right. There's definitely something off here. Oh. I thought that the was different. It's hard to tell if the prints are from a right hand or left just by looking. I don't think looking at each print with the naked eye will tell us anything new. But this lighter definitely hides a secret. I agree. Let's check it out carefully. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I can do this. I don't see anything unusual about the top of the lid, but Detective Fulbright's words were definitely hiding something. Let's look for something that has to do with what he said. And there's the emblem. So this is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. See anything noteworthy? Huh? Hey, look at this! The emblem's actually some kind of button. Oh, shoot! What? Is that a 10mm pistol? It transformed into something. A handle? A trigger? Is that what I think it is? There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun!
A what?
A gun? So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial, when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a 10 caliber. This little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. It looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene.
I'm flabbergasted. The lighter was a gun? What's next? Clocks the size of statues?
The judge is old, you guys. So when Detective Fulbright would touch his holster, that's right. Whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about it, the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing that any ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself.
There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum, and then I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out.
Whenever you mention the Earth emblem, you touched your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun.
Accuse me all you want, but where's your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun?
Not exactly.
And whose prints are on it? Ms. Sykes' prints. It proves she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene.
No.
It would appear that the detective is right. Are you guys really trying to prove your client innocent or what? Although, it pains me to do this, now that we are where we are, I have to make the following assertions, coming from the prosecution side. The person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident, and the person Ms. Blackwell saw holding the lighter, and the person who murdered Mr. Terran, and the person who bombed the Space Center, are all the defendant Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof. Ha ha ha! Now you see, a man on the side of justice can't possibly be the culprit. And I think this about sums up Ms. Sykes' part in the whole affair. The evidence sure does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell? Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm.
But, calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to as the prosecutor.
Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove this lighter's not Miss Sykes, but yours. Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo. It's just, if the prints on the lighter are the basis for accusing Athena, I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean, you think this lighter might be forged evidence? That's right. It could all be part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did he do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? I can definitely think of a few things.
It is indeed. Have a look at this. What's this? Lighter?
Detective, I'd like to run a comparison on the prints we found in the boarding lodge.
Oh yes, I've been able to compile the print of that I wrote in this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift.
If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? Let's take a look. The owner of the prints, where the prints are on it, how the prints were left on it. How the prints were left on it? No, I guess you don't see anything strange about how the prints were left on the lighter. That's what I was thinking. Something off about this evidence. Where the prints are on it, the owner of the prints. I mean, the owner of the prints has to be wrong. Are they really Athena's fingerprints? They definitely match your print data. What about the data itself? I mean, that had to have been the only answer, right? Detective Fulbright, You were the only one who'd have provided us with the lighter and the print data. Isn't that correct?
Yes. What about it?
You say Miss Sykes' prints match the print data, but I have to wonder, what was the data? Was the data you used official?
Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that the evidence might have been fabricated?
I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case.
What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such antics.
Silence.
Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun.
Very well then, bailiff. It appears that the official data is here.
All done, baby.
And the results? It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant. Yes. The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Terran.
Well, there goes the entire case, but we still need to prove that Fulbright did it. Who disturbs my slumber? Okay, someone really wants me. Yes. Someone needs me to respond to a message right now. I have the next. Sheesh. So yeah, there goes your entire premise. It's so good to having Black Quill on our side. Because you know why? Because Taka's on her side. And whenever you have Burb on your side, you know you're on the right side. Those are Clay's fingerprints on the lighter? Ah, I see. Come to think of it, wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the Phantom's prints?
I personally removed his gloves during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity after all.
When you took the deceased's fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood, after which you wiped the blood off his hand. By our own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data. All to put the blame on Ms. Sykes. The ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom who was behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit.
So does that mean Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom?
Remember the killer's escape route? No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. Detective Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route.
Fulbright, Are you really the Phantom? Answer me, or so help me, I will slash you to tiny slivers where you stand! Ah, alright, I'll talk. I confess.
Yeah, what do you actually confess to?
I'm not the Phantom.
Silence.
It's all over. Now be a man and admit it already. But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself.
Is this a big old lie? Are you trying to deflect it? Are you trying to say that Athena is the Phantom?
An undercover investigator? That sounds less than...
Your Honor, where is your mind going? First you're talking about we had those comments about cat fights, and now undercover investigator. The judge is a man of culture.
The person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright.
That's right. I was working to track down the Phantom, but sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him.
What?
Objection!
You're telling us this now? But if what you say is true, then who was the mystery person Ms. Blackwell and Mr. Starbuck saw?
It was the Phantom, I tell you. All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him.
Objection!
I don't believe you. Then how do you explain the fabricated lighter?
That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Pinning the crime on Athena Sykes was just another one of the Phantom's orders.
Did you expect me to buy that? So who's actually the Phantom? Clay?
Fulbright! What was the Phantom's ultimate objective?
I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch.
Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order.
Actually, I have to apologize to you too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back that psych profile you have on him.
So, he sent a buzzard of his own to tell me this past year, did he?
I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago.
Enough, Fulbright! Just tell us the Phantom's true identity!
I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all.
With the ceiling blown off, I suppose you are vulnerable to a sniper shot in this courtroom.
Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's going to lie his way out of it now? On the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright. If we can't find a flaw in his logic, he's right. After we come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wiggle free now.
There! I finally told you the truth. Now, I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom.
Hello? Oh dear. Is he now in his... He's now gone serious. This is gonna take a turn.
You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right?
I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom. What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Silence.
Evidence is everything, right, Dono? And you must admit there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom.
Gah. Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof that we've seen up to this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence.
But... I've known Fulbright here for a year now. And all this time, he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie.
Prosecutor Blackwell?
This fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. In your head, he no longer has the happy-go-lucky voice? Well, I'm trying not. I tried not to make it happy-go-lucky in that one line. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me, he actually became quite a nuisance, really.
Prosecutor Blackwell, you believe me!
Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony. However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy, and don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that?
Yes, thank you. Oh, thank you! Such a bond as trust is a rare and beautiful thing. In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand down a not guilty verdict with confidence. Ha ha ha! Very good! I'm very glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up, and Miss Sykes will go free as well.
She ain't feeling it. Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do, the Phantom, the man who killed Clay, will get away. I know, but... what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is the Phantom. Is this it? Is he going to get away just like that?
Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that, I'm off! Who's stopping him?
How come we don't get to hear her hold it? How come the characters with voice clips don't get them when they say it not on the stand? The defense... No, wait, not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet and would like to see this trial continue.
What? I was just about to declare you innocent of all charges.
Just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over? We're really double tapping it now. Athena, what are you doing? Hope we don't get held in contempt of court. I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you're no longer in suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Blackquill for what he's done for you?
Of course I am. And I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart.
Athena, where are you going with these questions? I have yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. The suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all. What does that mean? We may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie. That's it. With your special ability, we just might be able to stop him. Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations. You know what I just realized? Athena has 2 desk slam animations. She has the one-handed one and the two-handed one.
Yes, well, even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow.
If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him?
Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting?
Fulbright, I think you'd better have that counseling.
Not you too!
You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as, you're an undercover investigator and your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it.
But I thought you believed in me.
Silence.
Oh, well, you amuse me so. What's going on here? That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon. I knew you would catch on, Athena. Huh? Mind filling me in here? Haha, guess who left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright, because he knew I'd notice if there was a lack of emotions like joy or relief in his response. So, he gave me the chance to take a listen. And listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart. What? You two were working together just now. Come now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart. Blackquill with a jabate. There you have it. You got it. Time to check the instant replay. Widget, mon ami. Let's do this, man. We haven't heard Athena's random different languages in so long. We do a little trolling, baby. I wouldn't have been surprised if he had like 1,000% Discord.
Thank you for believing in me, Prosecutor Blackwell. I am an undercover investigator, but the Phantom was coercing me. He stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. I'm a bad, bad person for cooperating with such a man. But he took my family hostage. What else could I do?
Even with all of his over-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotion at all. It's just like I thought, and right in line with the Phantom Psych profile. Here we go. Are we about to mask off? Detective, what was he doing with his, watch? Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom. Hey, what's going on? You're getting hacked. Wait, hold it. What do you think you're doing, Detective?
Me? I'm not doing anything.
He's trying to hack into the Mood Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this. Cut that out, baby! Let me at him! Let Let me get those eyes, baby. Fancy devices that you have there, but I'll tolerate no cheating. Thank you.
Sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without even thinking.
More like, as a spy. Thanks, Prosecutor Blackwell. What am I, chopped liver, baby? I'm just kidding. I love you, baby. There. Now that you can't hack me anymore, I dare you to try to hide your lack of emotions from us.
Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. As a matter of fact, you've wounded me very deeply with that accusation.
What's going on? All of a sudden, I'm getting an overwhelmingly happy reading. Huh? He's literally crying us a river over there.
Oops, my mistake. How about this? Hurrah!
Yikes! Now he's angry all of a sudden? What's he trying to pull? Like as not, it would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. It's just as it says in Dr. Sykes' profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. Oh, I get it. So he has some emotions, right? Precisely, which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he is controlling his emotions.
Very good, Prosecutor Blackwell. You are correct. It's the result of my daily training. A very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know.
More like, for us spies, seriously. But I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute. I think I know. I sense there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective.
Ha ha ha! A feeling I'm trying to hide? That's a good one! You're the ones who have been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I was just trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess.
Then you have no objections to me analyzing you, right?
No. Analyze away. But I will state it again. I am not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect. Because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do! Me? The Phantom? Oh my god! Those emotions are all over the place. Oh, I'm so sad. See, I told you I have emotions. How dare you accuse me of being someone who would kill over a moon rock? I do regret cooperating with the Phantom, of course. But I'm so glad this whole misunderstanding is cleared up now.
What the? How are we supposed to pick out what's a natural from this mess? I don't know what we can do with this either. This must be his defense against your ability. So you think this is what he meant by he's really capable of? I'd hate to know what is going on inside that guy's head. Well, we know he's hiding something, that he feels threatened by Athena. Being only human, his true feelings, and emotion he can't completely conceal, must be hidden somewhere in his testimony. Alright, so I guess I'm looking at the only emotion that isn't erratic. Alright. I have to see. There it is. I think that's it. I think he's, I think he actually is sad. Yeah, because every single other emotion is going erratic. Yep. So that sadness over there is staying consistent. Every other emotion is going on and off. Yep. I found it. I found the one emotion you're truly feeling. What? Or, oh no, he's just down. What? Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. You talked about the moon rock. You felt a fear that wouldn't fade. Fear. Huh. A fear that a man with hardly any emotions feels, huh? And it was a response to that moon rock. Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning their moon rock because... you failed to steal it. You tried but failed to steal the moon rock. That stain on your career as a spy has left you feeling afraid. Oh, it did disappear from the laboratory? Oh, you think the person who feels so little feels like that? I don't want to jump on the Phoenix type train all at once now. Didn't the topic of a spy might feel my discussion earlier? You lost it. You lost the precious moon rock you went to so much trouble to get, didn't you? That frustration has turned fear into your heart. Oh, you can't stand it. Not so sure a man who can make that 20-foot leap would feel fear about that. Alright, fine. I thought it was a spy pride. Your identity? Why would it reveal his identity, though? Okay, I have no idea where we're going with this one. Of course, that's it. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He is very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. He's known for being an elite spy who left no trace of spy pride. He was stabbed. Where would the blood go? Your girl Athena made him leave a trace. Not to mention all that fun. Okay. There's Detective Fulbright. I think I know why you would feel afraid. You're afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity. If his identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid. Me? Afraid? I don't know what you're talking about. So, there really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity. Apparently so. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need the game to lay it out for me. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the moon rock, but more like he had to take it with him, because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity. Oh, alright. Where do you think you're going? Me? I'm not going anywhere. Is it just me? Where's he gonna use that weird watch thing to try to get away? How many more of those toys does he have? Where can I get myself some? Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection with the moon rock?
In justice we trust, not emotions, Mr. Lawyer.
Evidence is everything. I am the Phantom because I'm afraid. Don't make me laugh. Ugh! What was that just now? But all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from a psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analysis serve no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era when evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? Where exactly is your proof that I fear the moon rock anyway? Well, I admit I don't have any conventional proof, but I still say that examining a person's heart has its merits. Oh, really? Why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery. What are they saying? All I hear is distrust? As you can see, the people are on my side, because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine. But it's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people. Uh-oh, he's got Athena doubting herself. Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It has freed the hearts of many witnesses. It has been the key in getting to the truth. What nonsense! Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moon rock. I see. Very well. I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence is. But, Your Honor... There you see! Nobody believes you and your trumped-up charges. However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analyses can contribute to making the truth clear. I have seen her do this firsthand several times already. Surely you jest. So does this mean you will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor?
Yes, I believe your claims, Miss Sykes. I think there's merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the moon rock. That is this court's opinion on the matter.
That's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear. Analytical psychology. My fears.
Fine. I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can't be considered evidence. My fear of the moon rock. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I am very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. So the very fact I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice. And there you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock?
Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any 2-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence. What you doing with that? The Phantom is like the mist. No flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it, right, Dono? Yeah. With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable Phantom fellow to the other world together. You and I, Prosecutor Blackwell, we have a duty to bring the Phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts. Indeed, by covering for Athena, I allowed the Phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust with my murder conviction. I bear part of the responsibility as well, for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the Dark Age of the law. Then, it is also our burden to cut away the foul specter we created, is it not? Until all that remains is the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people. Trust, understanding, fragile ideals of the masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing.
Objection!
Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found, as Apollo proved with Athena. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you and your lies, always. Alright, let's cross-examine. You felt fear when you thought about the moon rock because it reminded you of the Phantom. Hit me with that Allegra music. It only reminded you of the Phantom. Don't make me laugh, you are the Phantom. Evidence is everything in a court of law. Or did you forget? I was forced to testify over a silly thing like feelings. Those tactics won't work from here on out. You need real evidence. Ugh. I hate to admit it, but he's right. You're very afraid of him because he took his family hostage. Your family? Like, who in your family specifically? Oh, I don't know. Like, maybe my lover, for example. For example? Maybe? We need a more concrete answer than that. Haha! Maybe my mother, my son, or my daughter. Maybe it was all of them. I'm so sad and worried. I miss them so much. He's obviously lying. Look how upset I am. Is it any wonder I followed the Phantom's orders? What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? Not at all. You can't think of a single reason that the Phantom might be afraid of the rock. I thought the Phantom wasn't even supposed to have any feelings. How can someone like me, with my wealth of emotions, be expected to understand the guy? The Phantom, a person with very few emotions, can only be afraid of something really big, like his cover getting blown big. I'm willing to bet that the moon rock has something to do with his identity, but what? Maybe the Phantom's fingerprints are on the rock? The fingerprints can be wiped off. Then maybe he wanted the rock so bad he literally drooled on it and left his DNA. We're dealing with a spy here, Athena, not a slob. True. But maybe the DNA part isn't too far off. Huh? Something unexpected happened to him during the incident 7 years ago. So it is his right hand that got hurt. I just know I have something that can show why the Phantom is afraid of the moon rock. I'll just continue my testimony while you're pondering then, if you don't mind. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him! And how afraid are you exactly?
I'm so scared, I start to shake even when I see the moon in the sky!
Do you shake when you see Ms. Sykes' earring?
Well, to be honest, since the very first time I met Miss Sykes,
Did he just give me the answer right there? Is her earring a part of it? A real moon rock that was being used for research.
I felt more than a little frightened of her.
I guess some people just inspire that much fear in others. It's not the answer now, it'll come up later, okay? Mr. Wright, you were thinking something mean-spirited and rude, weren't you? Of course not. Must beef up mind-reading defenses.
Now do you understand? The fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock proves that. I am on the side of justice.
After all you've done, how dare you speak the word justice? You got the clue that I needed to move forward already?
In justice we trust. I'll say it as much as I want, and with absolute confidence. Whatever I say is just is just. That's how it works in this dark age of the law.
You won't get the best of me with that twisted argument of his. I'll find a way to get him right where I want him. Detective Fulbright, or rather, the Phantom, feels fear in regard to the moon rock. Probably has something to do with being afraid that his true identity will be revealed. Right. So that's why the Phantom had to take the moon rock with him 7 years ago. In that case, if we had something to show the real cause of Fulbright's fear, might be able to expose his true identity. You got the clue I needed to move forward already? Through my, pressing? Alright. So this is where you need to present evidence. But, wait. This knife? The DNA thing? The murder weapon used on Terran. Athena also used one of these to stab the Phantom's hand during the incident 7 years ago. It was launched into space and only returned to Earth a few days ago. Is it because he got stabbed and somehow the blood got somewhere else? Yeah. So he got stabbed, his blood was spilled, and the Hope capsule, it was at the crime scene 7 years ago. It was launched into space and only returned to Earth a few days ago. So, let me see. Would it be this or this? It was at the crime scene 7 years ago, so he didn't need the moon rock specifically. He needed the Hope capsule. Yeah, I was thinking it was the knife. Oops, didn't mean to do that.
Objection!
Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is.
Of course, that's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Terran.
That's right. And the exact same type of knife Ms. Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand.
Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall.
The knife went into the back of his hand. Ms. Sykes then stated she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got on the moon rock. He was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene.
You mean, if we ran an analysis now, we'd know who the Phantom is? Ha ha ha! Yes, I suppose so. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing!
That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail.
You can?
Of course. Not. You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me.
Yeah.
What this court needs is a bully-free zone.
Ugh. The infamous sword of the beguiling bluff. Its edge is without compare. Come now, radiate with me, and show us just how finely it cuts. Your Honor, this is an outrage. No, I mean, this is an outrage. Gah! Go on, Wright, Dono.
Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab, but in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen.
Oh, you're right.
But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then.
All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints.
Does this mean that the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center?
In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible.
And why is that? The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, especially the lab, but when the moon rock was never found. How could I forget about that? A sad but true fact. We still haven't a grasp on how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether. There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. The Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. Yet a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. It never turned up in the 7 years after that either. The Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. But how? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix, think! How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab?
So, can you or can you not show us what happened to the moon rock, Mr. Wright?
Yes, I can, Your Honor.
What?
Oops. Sorry, I mean...
What? In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime scene?
How did he make it remove? How did he remove it from the crime scene? Hold on a second. So that's the Hat 1 launch. And that is that. So newspaper clip is a photo of the people involved. It was at the crime scene 7 years ago. It was launched into space and only returned to Earth a few days ago. Yeah. I don't remember if I safety saved, but let's do it again. It was in space.
That's the Hope capsule, right? The one that went up with the Hat 1 rocket.
He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope capsule that was there in the lab that day.
Yes. And the team must have loaded it into the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happened, then the moon rock would have been launched into space along with the rocket. Preposterous! It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was...
Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. It was out there in the depths of space. Aboard the Hope space probe. What? That's crazy, baby.
Order! Order in the court! I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat 1 anyway. The villain! He used his primary objective to conveniently kill 2 birds with 1 stone!
That's right. He planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out in space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot. The Hope space probe sailed off safely on its mission and returned 7 years later, with the capsule in tow. If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear. That you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. So, he killed Clay just so he could get the moon rock back? I believe so. His original assignment may have been to just sabotage the Hat too, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do to just escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung onto the capsule for all it was worth until his very last breath.
Oh, this is so funny. You make me laugh. You really do.
Boy, he's totally out of whack now. It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit to it all now?
There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator, I tell you. I'm not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of his schemes, a trap. Now I'm not so sure what to think. I suppose if the Phantom is a spy with his salt, a trap is not out of the question.
But in that case, you could say anything is a trap.
Yo! That's what makes a trap a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe a further investigation is in order.
Further investigation? More like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must, here and now. I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Simon Blackwell. Hey, you guys aren't really... Oh, hello. Looks like Edgeworth has come with the updated autopsy report. Looks like I made it just in time. Edgeworth? I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I have uncovered some very crucial facts. Did you find something out about the Phantom's true identity? You might say that. I started looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition systems. But none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright. That's not good. But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackwell, you'd best brace yourselves. Uh-oh. Remember that piece of evidence you were questioning at the start of the return to the current time trial? Crazy how it's coming back into play. I think I know what you're talking about. The man you see before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead. And, the person using his name probably wants to make us the same. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? An unidentified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. Then does this mean? Yes, that man there is an imposter pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. An imposter? He was among us the entire time.
Then this man? Who in the world is he? Enough of your trickery. If you will not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you.
Oh dear.
That's a mask. No! His face!
Huh. Look what you did to my mask.
Mask? What is the meaning of this, witness?
Okay, you got me. I guess I have to show you who I really am now.
Excuse me? I knew something was off about that guy, but this? Starbuck?
It gets better? Are there masks on top of masks? Is it mask to mask? Wait, but that's... Hey, Apollo, it's me, Solomon Starbuck. I'm guessing there are more masks, aren't there? Mr. Starbuck? But that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you? He's just gonna keep on cutting mask after mask off.
Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hat 1, which was set to be destroyed.
Yeah, this is just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want. Not so fast. I have a Phantom Psych profile right here. We compile a Psych profile on you and compare the results. It'll prove you're the Phantom. Here we go again. Time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase. The ends justify the means, okay. That voice, those words. It's another mask, isn't it? I cannot accept such evidence here, Ms. Sykes. Professor Means? Mask? I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now, give me that evidence. Huh? Oh, no. Time to take out the trash. Permanently. How could you? Taka must really want to get his eyeballs now that he, I held onto that paper for 7 years, baby.
Silence.
Do you see how powerful ends justifying the means can be? How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face. Ah, but that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all. Or perhaps it really is the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look in a mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I'd wager. Well, aren't you just the master of psychology, Blackwell? That's right. I don't know who I am. I am always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like. Or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. What's with this guy? Is he even still human? And now we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright. Huh? I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom. I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now that we know you aren't even Bobby Fulbright, your claims of a phantom trap won't work anymore. Then why don't you bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence from the Hope capsule. I think I will do just that. Get ready, because the Hope capsule's about to seal your... fudge! The courtroom bombing from the other day, it got blown to bits. It looks like you can finally cut on. Full marks for the defense for effort. But what a shame your hope was lost in that courtroom explosion. So that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. I can't believe it. Have we really reached a dead end after coming all this way? Has the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed? How dare you continue to call me this Phantom? As I've said all along, I am just a nameless undercover agent.
Objection!
And the defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least, a prayer. I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. At least put some weight behind your swing rate, Dono. I know. I'm trying. There's only one thing that can unmask this menace, the moon rock. But that was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. And yet, is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, some little fragment still exists? Yes, you can see the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture?
Very well, Mr. Wright. Let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove the Phantom's identity?
Athena has had her finger on the pulse the entire time. An earring that Dr. Sykes gave to Athena, the stone was cut from a real moon rock that was being used for research. Wait, what? What? What's going on? We'll finally prove the Phantom's identity? Okay. But it was cut from the moon rock. So the Hope capsule is blown up. Stabbing. Wait. It was this, wasn't it? $7K.
Take that!
Isn't that the bomb that blew up the courtroom? And the moon rock along with it? Are you saying that this will reveal the Phantom's identity?
Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on this photo taken after the bombing, specifically right here.
Take that!
Please take a look at this newspaper article.
This article about the Hat won?
Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock. When we look at this photo of the bomb fragments, see how there's a rock-like object with the same coloration?
Oh, my! Yes, I see it!
It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. We look at all the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. And DNA testing on that blood will prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom.
Unbelievable!
But that's impossible.
A surprise to be sure.
That's one bloody tough rock. Let's have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too, Fulbright.
Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing.
Yada da 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 da. Here you go, baby.
Prosecutor Blackwell, what do the test results show?
There was a rock fragment that had blood on it that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed.
They confirmed it was the witness's blood, didn't they?
There's no use in trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it! You're the Phantom by my waggly finger.
Objection!
Did he really put on Apollo's face? Mr. Wright? Did you... Oh, he put on Phoenix's face, didn't he? Did you just raise an objection to yourself? No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo. Huh? Time to get freaky with it. Why? That look he gave the camera, kind of intimidating. Phoenix in a different suit is illegal. You know, if this game came out a while back, this would have been one of his alternate colors in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. It is pretty good objection too, don't you think? Now he's me?
So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright?
Huh? Oh, no, not really, Your Honor.
No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean, the witness, Mr. Wright.
Could this trial get any more insane? Mr. Wright, the fragment of rock in the photograph and those just like it, how can you be so sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? Care to explain what you mean? Wait till Spirit of Justice? You get to see why Phoenix is such a feared defense attorney. Man, I really want to see Phoenix just slap somebody around instead of having to fight tooth and nail for every single win. Just once. Well, may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it. How do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove they're the moon rock, right?
Objection!
Oh boy, wait for Spirit of Justice. Alright. Don't be absurd. Just compare the fragment with the rock in the newspaper article. Anybody can see they're the same. They have the exact same coloration.
Objection!
But maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be there. But you can't deny it's a possibility. He's even copying Phoenix's own techniques. You dare use my own spells against me, Phantom?
Objection!
But your blood was found in one of the fragments. Apollo, nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. And why not? Now it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago, I tripped and fell in this very courtroom and was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood found its way into a piece of rubble. Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. And yet, I suppose it's not completely out of the question. Now I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought that the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Well then, why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We can ask an expert to verify if they were from the moon rock in the robotics lab or not. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible. And why not? In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they are from, you'd need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. But that moon rock doesn't exist anymore, and there's no sample data left either. Is it time now? So you see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from that moon rock. Oh, no. There's really no way to prove it? You finally ready to throw in the towel?
Objection!
So, the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. Such a valuable rock, too. A shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it, right here by our side. A shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. The final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. The defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care. We do? We do. Even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. A piece of evidence that shows the original moon rock isn't completely lost is this. Ladies and gentlemen, the final take that. Okay, it wasn't exactly a take that. The only thing the mother left me with are widget and this earring. Maybe she did love me in her own way. Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left you with a very important piece of evidence. She did? And with that presenting of evidence, I've completed Dual Destiny's main story. Hey! Nah, GG's. You're bluffing. You don't have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you, because we have a moon rock of our own. Yeah. Oh! You mean... Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. This is the defense sample of the moon rock. There it is.
That's your sample?
This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from that original moon rock. What?
All this time, it was here all along?
No. It can't be! If the composition of the bombed fragments and the earrings are to be found to be a match, then it will prove beyond a shadow of a doubt the origin of the fragment in this photo. And since the test results showed that the blood in the fragment was yours, this means that the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide? I don't have an identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now, even I can hear fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I left all my emotions behind years ago.
Objection!
Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust. And I suppose you do? I didn't have anybody to support me at first either. But I couldn't face the fear inside me. I couldn't get over the trauma of my past. Like I said, I don't feel fear.
Objection!
Then you're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. Uncover the truth. Love how somehow Phoenix managed to get 3 kids who lost their parents under his wing. Trucy's dad. Apollo lost his mom. and Athena's mom. Phoenix is surprisingly like Batman like that. I wanted to bring that up, but I kept on forgetting to say it. Collecting all the orphan kids. Hilarious. Like once they all reunited and Apollo took off his bandage, I'm like, this is giving me real Bat Family vibes. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself? How can I run away from myself when there's nothing inside? Nothing at all. I know it's hard for someone as unwilling to trust others as you to understand, but most people have emotions. It's just a fact of life. And so, people can be weak at times. That's exactly why people need to trust one another, so they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? Even the fake Phoenix gets the full black background. The fear inside of me is this. No. Oh man. This. I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel fear. And just like that, with a little bit of tweaking, we have a Phoenix crashing out animation. You can't outrun yourself. Remove that mask and unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on. With your own true face. That is worthy of a screenshot right there. Too many fingers. What if the Phantom's real fear is of fingers? And having 3 of them pointed at him is just putting him over the edge. I know you're here. Where are you? See, I haven't revealed anything yet. Honest. My own true face. I don't have one. My face. Okay. Oh, this is cool. The falling fragments. Is this my face? Is it?
No, that's not it. No. This isn't me either.
Is this me? Which one is my face? What am I? Who am I? Ah! Oh, this is when the real Bobby Fulbright died, isn't it? Or, no? He just got assassinated? Nope, he got assassinated, pardon me. Or did he just collapse? Ah, there we go. He was sniped.
A sniper attack in this very courtroom. It chills me to my bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell, how is Detective Fulbright, his imposter, doing?
He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs.
All of them?
He appears to be in no danger of dying.
Well, that was fortunate for all of us.
The analysis of the final piece of evidence Wright Dono submitted is in. The composition of Ms. Sykes' earring and the fragment with the blood on it match. We can now be certain that it is a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombings at the Space Center, both past and present, the bombing of courtroom number 4, and all of his other crimes, as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There are still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about, after all.
Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But before I do, will the defendant please return to her proper place?
Yes, Your Honor. That sniper shot was a warning, was a love tap.
Now then, this court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes, not guilty.
Yay! Everybody's happy now. No ambivalence whatsoever. Even Prosecutor Blackwell gets to relish in it. After all, that's little Athena Sykes that just got acquitted.
Court is adjourned.
December 20th, and 12 p.m. 10 days ago. District Court, defendant lobby number 5. Congratulations, Mr. Nick! Thank you, Pearls, and thank you for being there for Athena. It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Daddy, I'm so glad to see you. Trucy, are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up. That's our Trucy for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe. Right? I fear I owe you another debt of gratitude. Edgeworth? You never would have caught him if it wasn't for all of you. Ah, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who have been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you're the one who gave Blackwell permission to serve as prosecutor, right? Yes, well, we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial. Well, we never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to its successful conclusion. Besides, it was you that saw to it, and I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it?
Really?
So, Edgeworth really wasn't sitting on his hands the entire time, all throughout the Apollo Justice time frame. So, you figured it out, did you? Yeah. Getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? Should have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal. Well, I owe you a few favors. Hey, Edgeworth. I think we can finally bring the dark age of the law to an end. Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Our sun, you say? Besides, now that Prosecutor Blackwell has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away. You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It won't kill you. Instead, the furrows in that brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper. What furrows in the brow? My man's face is paint bucket filled. So I should smile more, huh? I'll think about it. The complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals. Athena.
Athena! I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble,
even taking the bar exam while you were overseas. Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. There we go, real, genuine tears of happiness. Just barely, but I still made it. Atta girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out. Come on, Blackwell, you next. Yes, I survived by the skin of my teeth, thanks to you. Shame on you, Simon, for trying to throw your life away like that. It was never my intention to just throw my life away. But some things in this world are more important than your own life. Like what? My honored-bound duty to protect with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure. Huh? That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through. Well, looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. Took all of us together to pull it off. You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh? It was definitely the most amazing turnabout I'd ever seen. Say that again? I'm a lucky guy. My office is the best, most capable lawyers around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the Wright Anything Agency. Well, nobody's gonna try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. Simon is free thanks to Mr. Wright. But there's so many more people out there who need our help. You're right. I'll be needing you both to help them. We still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We got a lot of work ahead of us, if we ever hope to fully bring the dark age of the law to the close. Hey, I know one thing we have to do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles. Huh? Nothing like a bowl of Eldoom's noodles after a trial. All on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at a Wright Anything Agency, right, Mr. Wright? Huh? Huh? As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their great work. In that case, allow me to join in the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles. Huh? I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everybody involved in the case? The more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman? Guys? Under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in. Hey, no fair, I want to say it too. Okay, here we go. Ha! I have to imagine that's a send up to the DS, or that's the only way they can implement it into a cutscene. Chat, you ready? 3, 2, 1. Objection! GG's, ladies and gentlemen. I was trying to think of something nice I could do for Polly, so I decided to get him a bunch of jobs to do. Find a lost cat, install an air conditioner, give a computer lesson, find a lost item. You think I should have found him a few more legal cases? That's okay. It's the Wright Anything Agency after all. Athena and Apollo were so wonderful in court. I better study as much as I can if I want to be a judge someday. My grandma says, eat lots of peppers and they'll ignite your passion. Oh, but I should figure out which to grow. Green peppers or yellow peppers? Or maybe I should go with hot as the sun red peppers instead. You gonna brew up some aphrodisiac there, Miss Woods? Feed them to a certain red lawyer? The end of the dark age of the law, you say? How naive. Don't you know it's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible? But they're putting me under investigation. The chief prosecutor wants to see me. No! Well, there goes the Payne family. Presentation scripting. Everybody here. I've been asked to debut the great masked wrestler Ted Mataro. He's scheduled to go up against the Amazing Ninetales next, though. Oh, what to do? Fight to the finish with myself. Why don't you ask Mr. Demon Lawyer to be the Amazing Ninetales, too? That's not a bad idea. Pity you all for it. Caw-caw! We are to meet as foes, are we, my little friend? That's right. Apollo Justice, professional wrestler. Would you believe it? I'm an old man of the Ninetales Vale now. Pretty impressive, eh? I took over after ex-QB for the good of my beloved village. What do you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out? Hey, you, what do you think you're doing sneaking into the manor? The jink's up. Better make a run for it. Okay. He really sits on the throne and is like, I'm king now. I thought I wanted to be an artist, but after seeing the amazing job Athena did, I started becoming genuinely interested in law, so now I'm studying for the bar exam. I'm going to prosecute Athena someday. You'll see. I'm studying my buns off too, but not for the bar exam. I'm going to pass the Themis entrance exam on my own merit this time. With a score of 100 points, of course. Hugh, Juniper, our dream will live on forever! I have a lot of fast reading to do. I found really sweet boxes for all three of them, but they won't wear them. Is it because I wanted to be a legal journalist instead of a lawyer or a judge? But anyway, thanks to the trial, school newspaper's future as bright as can be. Now, let's see what the fresh blood have to say in the new school paper. Editor cried so hard at graduation rehearsal, her cardboard box got soggy. And we never got a full-on portrait of her, only a portion of an animation. One night only reunion concert. Still remember that evening of passion. The president of the student council sang like no high school student I ever heard. If she's a judge in her own court someday, I'd love to have a jam session with her. It'd be the coolest trial ever, yeah. I can already hear it now. I give this place a good cleaning from top to bottom, but it's already a mess again. I guess the only thing I could do now is clean up the attitudes of the people in this office. With Mystic Maya due to come here once training is over, it simply must be done. Still love looking at that Papa beanie in the background. Daddy Wright.
Ha! Humanity's dreams for outer space will never die! In fact, planning for the HAT-3 rocket has already officially begun. Look upon me, people of this great nation, and witness the glory of Yuri Cosmos! What do you... Oh, Writer! Yes! Rocket preparations are fully complete! Yes! You leave everything to me! Assistant Director, Yuri Cosmos!
Assistant Director? All those lies probably caught up with him. The music's getting sentimental. I'm going to the moon in the new rocket. If Athena or Mommy Matisse come to the moon, I would love to show them around, but which is more interesting? Montes, Paranella, or Mare Triangulata? You think they would like either one? Yay, hooray! I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be Miss Aura than on the moon. Oh, Miss Aura, I just want you to use me again like you used to. Klonko is so real for that. Do you agree, chat? Ready for launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Lift off! Going to the moon for real this time, for me and for Clay. Thanks to the lawyers, I now know I should never give up. But I'm worried he can't breathe in space, and in fact it's cold as heck. Oh man, I'm getting really nervous. No, I'm not employed here. I simply came to request their services in defense of my sister. But no one's around and I've been kept waiting for a long time. And what sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused he wished for Athena to defend him? Huh, then perhaps he and I shall meet in the courtroom in the near future. Damn. Black Quill really out here scaring the clientele. I look forward to your next month's salary assessment. Please forgive me! Blackwell's acquittal has brought all manner of ills in the prosecutor's office to light. It would seem solving that case has thawed the chill of winter and the warmth of spring. Now I owe Wright another debt of gratitude, but I will repay him one day. You can trust in that. Does he do it in spirit of justice? Ah, now we can say the GG's. Here goes the credits. Or it didn't really make an impact on you, so no opinion. Meanwhile, the duality of man, you know, I gotta get it. My man with the booby grabbing hands. Trucy always being levity at any given time. Very welcome. Black Quill and the goat Taka. I'm in the credits, baby. And there he is, Fulbright. Oh, Bones did the animation work? Is that Studio Bones? Bones? Surely not. Tom, baby. The friendos. Dismissal. Still too good for you. Go back to Attack on Titan. And justice has indeed been served for Clay and all the others. There's Aura. You get one more chance to get it. Pearls. Edgy boy. The Black Cyclops. Quite the striking image. The Phantom. The Triple Finger. Can you imagine if instead of doing the iconic finger point, Phoenix just gave finger guns? Just like, hey! Object, hey! It's me, Phoenix Wright. I object to that. Take that and stuff. That is the Studio Bones. Wow, wow, wow. Ooh. Let's see what we got for our final anime sequence. Finally going to the moon.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Such an emphatic liftoff. Space. Ooh. Ah, damn. Why does that go so hard? The star. I guess the stars do look good from a prison cell. Also, or with their hair down. I think we get it now. Hair down aura.
Starbuck!
You'll be fine. Just believe in yourself.
The moon's closer than you think!
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
Ah, yeah!
All right!
And everybody lived happily ever after, I'm certain. Through the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache, honesty as deceit. But just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up towards a brighter tomorrow. The end. Got the achievement. Continue on to the next game, Spirit of Justice. Not right now. I can go to episodes. Ah, here it is. Special episode. So if I... Yep. I see. So this trial has... How many? That's interesting. So all trials, all cases now go up to day 2 trial 2. They don't do 3-day trials anymore. So yeah, as you can see over here, we can just skip straight on into the special episode. I mean, to be fair, the base game is only cases 1 through 5. They don't. I guess, or the trials are denser than the 3-day ones in the old games. That is true. After all, how many times have we gone over? I mean, we're what? We're past 6.5 hours. This should have been 2 streams. I'm just gonna say it. I am gonna feel this in the morning. But hey, we made it. We're here now. I'm fine. Yep, turnabout reclaimed as a DLC trial. Actually, according to James, it was a DLC trail. Okay. Well, I suppose you might as well go the full Apollo. And what do you think, chat? Are we gonna do? We might as well do the special episode, you know. Acquit ourselves a whale. You might. You're pro doing the Orca trial? Of course. I mean, it is just another, what? 2 streams, 3 if things get really out of hand. You're very welcome for the stream. Glad you had a super fun time. Blorf. And thank you. If you are watching this stream as a VOD, you're crazy for watching this 6.5 hour video, but that's what I love about you. We will reconvene. Probably on Saturday, because I watched the ball drop with family. And once we reconvene, after we have our the next stream. This is the last stream of the year. I guess being the last stream of 2025, making it an extra long special episode kind of fits. So yeah, last stream of 2025. Thank you so much for sticking with me. In general, all of you here, AQ, James, Solaris, Moderator Catone, Flair, I believe you were in here, and there was another guest chatter. It was came here at the beginning. Was it near the beginning? I can't find it. There's so much chatting going on here. Matthew, obviously. There was another one. There was someone else who came in, said one thing, and then left. Absolute Chad behavior. They did... Didn't they come here to start? Oh, no. It scrolled out, so I can't even find them. Well. Keenan, that's the one. Thank you for joining in on here. And for everyone else following me into the new year, here's to another good year of good games, good people, good fun, and good goodness. Per tradition, I can't really disembark from these in a graceful manner. So, we will ring in the new year on Saturday, hopefully, by starting on the DLC trial. And we will be circling the drain until our next long-form game. So look forward to that. Until then, game out.